Test 1 2 3 4. 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 Test 1 2 3. No, they're not going to type that. Those are just test captions. They're not locked in. Yeah. As long as you can see test captions, everything should be fine. Okay. You heard me say what I said, right? All right. We should be good. No. We're going to leave it.
Planning and Sustainability Commission meeting. On the agenda today, we have items of interest from commissioners, followed by the director's report. On the consent agenda, we have a right-of-way vacation request number 8111. And it's the vacation of Southwest Washington Street, south of West Burnside Street. That will be followed by the Fox Run Manufactured Dwelling Park map changes. That is a hearing and a recommendation. That will be followed by the inclusionary housing extension hearing and recommendation, and then followed by the Better Housing by Design work session. Are there any items of interest from commissioners? Go ahead, Andre.
I was at council last week and presented the letter for the South Corridor housing plan, and it was well received. The question was how to, from council, Commissioner Fritz was, how do we do everything? Not only that, but also East Portland and the rest of housing for the rest of the city. And I acknowledged it was a big lift, but they needed to do everything. So, but it was well received and understood. I think council understood the skepticism of the historical issues and looking forward, and I think they're ready for the challenge.
Great. Any other items? Was anybody able to make it to Susan's send-off?
Yeah, so what was for there?
Oh, good. Good. I apologize for not being able to make that. Had a family event come up. Any other items?
I read your
Oh, thank you. I was there in spirit. Seeing no other items, director's report, Joe?
Nothing on director's report today. So.
Okay, well, I would like to welcome Daisy Quinones. I got it. Very much. First meeting today. So we're very excited to have you join us. We know that you're going to bring wonderful thoughts to this group and appreciate your dedication to serving in the Planning Commission.
Thank you, everybody. I'm very excited to be here.
So next is the consent agenda. This is on the consent agenda is a proposed vacation of Southwest Washington Street south and west of Burnside.
Move adoption.
Go ahead.
I have a question. I'm not.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Now go ahead.
I have a question about the consent agenda.
Okay.
Can I ask staff the question, or since you already moved, we're done?
If Andre wants to pull the item for consent, I would happily withdraw my motion until we can deal with that.
Yeah, it's just like one question, and then we can move on.
We will withdraw the motion so that Andre can ask his question.
Thank you. One minute.
Thank you.
So, yes, the...
Introduce yourself, please.
They need to push a button. Lance Lindahl, PBOT right-of-way acquisition.
So the proposer of the vacation has said that he's proposing to do a number of things with the property, swales and that. I didn't see where all of those things were specified that he had to do them. Are those kind of his ideas, or are those written somewhere?
The context of this vacation proposal is that the current building is going to remain.
Mm-hmm.
So under that context, the city's really wanted to focus on keeping that vacation area as a plaza. So there'll be an easement for that.
Yeah.
So the property owner will gain the FAR from the vacated area, but it will still be maintained for public use.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? No? All right.
Okay. So now I'll move adoption.
Okay. Any further questions or deliberation? No? Love? Since we pulled consent, we need full roll, right? I always have to look at Chris. So let's call the roll.
Backrack?
Yes.
Baugh?
Yes.
Hauk?
Yes.
Larcel. Yes. Quinones.
Yes.
Rudd.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Spivak. Not here.
Eli
St.
is
Martin.
on, yeah.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes.
Great.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Teresa, could you do me a favor and say, just say something one more time? I can't remember if I have your mic on or not.
Yes. This is Teresa.
There you go.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you. So now your mic is on, just FYI.
No, don't
Okay,
sneeze.
I'll stay on mute for a moment.
Well planned. Okay, next item on the agenda is the Fox Run Manufactured Dwelling Park map changes. And I should probably let those in the audience know that we have Commissioner Teresa St. Martin on the phone. There were no minutes on the consent agenda. Thank you for asking.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Armstrong with BPS. This project is a follow-up to the manufactured dwelling park zoning changes. And if you will recall, as part of that previous project, we rezoned 56 of the 57 parks inside the city of Portland. When we took this to City Council in August, there was a request by Commissioner Saltzman to bring back a map change for the one park, Fox Run, that we had left out, and to go back and bring forward a proposal to change the map to include them in the zoning. And so that's this project, and I'll walk you through the information. If you recall, this is a project way up in North Portland, in the industrial area. The reason that we left it out the first time around is because it is in our prime industrial overlay, and it was included on the industrial buildable lands inventory. So in order to change the map, we have, or to apply the manufactured dwelling park zoning, we have 3 different map changes. One is to amend the map to change it from mixed employment to manufactured dwelling park. The other is to amend a figure in the comp plan to remove the prime industrial area designation from the site. And then the final change is the actual zoning map change to change it from general employment to residential manufactured dwelling park, and to also, again, remove the prime industrial overlay zone from the site. This is an air photo of the site. If you, the street running along the left side, the west side, is Martin Luther King Boulevard. It's that viaduct as you're going north. Just off the map to the north is Delta Park. Just to the west or to the left of this site is Portland Meadows Raceway. And just north of that is a little pocket neighborhood. I believe it's called Riverwood. As well. And so, you know, I recall from our, back in 2012, when we were doing the comp plan update and the economic opportunities analysis and looking at this site, it was a pretty difficult call as to whether we keep it housing or keep it employment industrial. And in the end, through that process, staff had recommended that we keep it the employment zoning designation and part of the prime industrial, primarily due to its location. And, you know, it's not the best location for housing. It's isolated. It doesn't have a lot of services nearby. It's surrounded by industrial development. I would say a lot has changed in the last 6 years in terms of the policy priorities and the focus on housing opportunities and especially housing that is more affordable that we're finding in the city today. And so that's what we're bringing forward in terms of this package. as I said, this is the zoning map as it applies to the site. It's currently zoned EG2, General Employment 2, which allows a wider range of uses. So it's not just strictly limited to industrial use. And this is a map, the figure 6.1 in the comp plan, that the cross-hatching is the prime industrial designation. And so we would carve a little notch out of that to remove the site from this piece. I think the reasons why this fits with sort of removing it from our industrial land base is that it is already existing development. So the idea that it would be redeveloped for employment use already faces a higher barrier because there's 143 manufactured dwellings out on this site. So that's a lot of relocation costs. That's a lot of effort to free up 18 acres of land. Also, when we look at our prime industrial land and what qualifies as a prime industrial land, a couple of factors we look at is river access. This doesn't have that. Access to freight railroad system. This doesn't have that. Also, the base zoning in terms of the mixed employment zoning, it actually allows a wide range of uses, including retail and office. And so the idea that this would be redeveloped into sort of industrial manufacturing warehousing is likely given the surrounding uses, but there's also a wide range of uses that are allowed. Another sort of option there is that that's not listed here is that in looking at the Metro employment maps, Metro has designated this as an employment area. So it's not, even on the Metro Title IV map, it's not industrial, it's not regionally significant industrial. It's employment, it's an employment area. So it gives us a little bit more latitude to make these changes. And then the final point there is, and one of the reasons we left it out in the first go-round is the concern over the employment capacity, especially in this area, because our employment industrial land supply was so tight. And there's a table in the staff report, but this summarizes this. So this site, if you recall the EOA, we had identified different geographies depending on the business types. For the industrial category as a whole, we had split this area into the harbor access lands immediately along the river, and then sort of everything else from the upland portion of the harbor area around Rivergate and out to the airport. We're all in this harbor and airport district. And when we finalized the comp plan in 2016, this harbor and airport district where this site is located had a 54-acre surplus. We were counting some of that 54 acres to make up for the deficit that we had in the harbor access land. We were saying some of the sites immediately adjacent to the harbor access land could take some of that demand, soak up some of that demand. So with this, we took those 25 acres out of this calculation. And then, if you recall, as part of the manufactured dwelling park changes prior to this, there were 3 sites in the Cully neighborhood that actually had employment zoning on it that are included in this district. And so the acres of capacity that we were counting towards that gets taken off. And so that leaves us with really an effective supply of 24 acres. The Fox Run site itself is counted as 13.5 acres on our buildable land inventory. And that, so deducting that, that'll still leave us with a 10-acre surplus in this harbor and airport district. It's getting pretty thin, pretty small. It's about 1%. but I will say, you know, Metro is just finishing up their urban growth report this year in December. They will have a new population and employment forecast adopted as part of that. That'll be allocated to us next year, and then we will do an update in 19 and into 2020 of our EOA, where we look at how much development has happened in the last 6 years, and what the new job forecast has for us to be able to rebalance and look at what where we sit in terms of accommodating future employment. But for now, and in terms of Goal 9, we meet that standard of still being able to demonstrate that we have enough supply to meet the forecasted demand. And with that, I can take your questions.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm assuming that they can continue as a trailer park with the current zoning, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a big issue with taking anything out of the industrial lands, given what we've been through. And until the city can address the Goal 9 issue and either get an exception or somehow we have to crack that nut at some point. So I'm not too excited. As long as they can continue to operate.
Mike, could you speak in the microphone, please?
As long as they continue to operate, that's the deciding factor for me. Very reluctant to take land out of industrial zoning.
Go ahead, Michelle.
A couple of questions. So the park is 18 acres,
Yes.
but 13 and a half was counted in the buildable lands inventory?
Yes. So,
Why?
well, if you remember, so the gross acres is 18 acres, but as part of the buildable land inventory, we applied a number of deductions or discounts due to surrounding constraints. And so my guess is that given its location to I-5 and the I-5 Marine Boulevard interchange and the constrained capacity related to that, there was probably a transportation constraint deduction applied to that to reduce the capacity. But I did not really dig back in to see what constraints really apply to this site.
Okay, so in terms of the transportation, there's a maximum, if we do this change, the maximum is over 500 residences.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that compare to the range of what you might see under the current zoning? And I think you mentioned a little bit about mobility, so I'm curious about the freight mobility issues and the potential of having that many people close to that many industrial uses.
Right. We had, PBOT is in the middle of finishing up their transportation analysis of this change, but their preliminary results that were conveyed to me is that it's virtually the same as in terms of switching it from employment to residential with the added capacity. They don't expect things to get worse than what we're assuming in terms of future growth with the employment use on it.
So last one for now is, so we're saying that we're taking basically 13 and a half acres out with this change.
Yes.
That's in one location. So that seems to me like a reasonable sized piece of land. When you look at the other industrial sites in this geography, how are we in terms of good chunks of land? I mean, are we talking about lots of 1 acre sites? It seems to me that not all parcels are created equal. So it's understanding that.
I think you're right. I did not look at the specifics, but my guess, knowing what we know of the parcelization and the way the land inventory was breaking out, my guess is that remaining 10 acres is probably lots of smaller sized parcels.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions, Eli?
Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I was curious about the genesis of this project because it seems to me I would have expected the property owner would request this through a comp plan amendment. I'm not sure why staff is leading it.
So when we brought the manufactured dwelling park zoning project to council, Commissioner Saltzman was particularly concerned about leaving this park out and leaving the 143 residence houses in this park at risk of closure, conversion to employment land, and basically he wanted to see us bring back this map change.
Okay, so it's directed by City Council.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, in order to pass the zoning change, then we made a commitment to bring this package forward back to council to consider.
Okay, and then minor question is the H overlay, which covers a huge swath of Coley also, at least in the residential zone, it's basically irrelevant. Is it relevant at all anywhere now, or it's left on the table here with this proposed update? I'm just wondering, just for broader understanding, is the H overlay still enforced?
I think it's enforced, and I think we need to keep it on the books due to FAA regulations. I don't know how much of an effective constraint it is. I think in certain locations it actually could be a constraint, especially when you get like further north up onto Hayden Island, and where you're actually in the direct path of the runway. I think it becomes more constraining, but I'm not that familiar with the specifics of it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of the genesis also. Why was it left out in the first pass of?
Because of this calculation here.
Okay.
The 13 acres and cutting that to 10, and that getting pretty thin in terms of what we have left available. And so I think part of it was well, we can do an update of the EOA and then look at where we stand and maybe bring it back and do that later. Commissioner Saltzman asked us to do it sooner. And
okay. Were there other parks that were left out like that, or is this the last one?
This was the only one.
Okay. And then has anyone from the park gotten back to you? I mean, has it caused any?
We did the same outreach as we did for the original. We sent out letters to the owner of the park, the owners of mobile homes inside the park. We sent postcards to every mobile home in the park, and then we also sent out BPS staff to canvass and explain the proposal to residents of the park. As far as I know, we haven't received any testimony or any phone calls asking questions about this change.
That's kind of interesting. Is it? And then there's a difference in the different kinds of parks. Is this a one that has high property, low property values in terms of?
I think it's pretty lower on the end of scale, and it's a mix of sort of rentals, people who rent the homes, and people who own the homes and rent the space. It's a mix.
It's a mix. Okay.
Of those types of units.
Thank you.
Daisy?
Hi. I'm sorry if that's in here and I just missed it, but how long has this been a mobile home park?
I want to say that it goes back to the 50s. And in fact, the staff that went out there met at least 2 residents that have been there since it was created.
Right.
So I should have that information right here. Oh, I don't. So maybe it's in there, but it's fairly old, is my recollection.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments? Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm sorry. It is here. It was created in 1986. Is when it was built.
I might have some questions and comments, but I think I'll wait. I assume we're going to take public testimony, so I'm curious to hear who we might hear from and what they might tell us.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
With no other questions, this is a hearing, so if you're here to testify, there should be forms back there to fill out. If you could bring them up to Love. Love, do we have any forms at this time?
Not received any forms.
Okay. So, I'm not seeing anybody move. Last chance. Okay. I am not seeing anybody here to testify, so we will close testimony.
Okay.
Well, that's sort of
that puts you on the spot, Jeff.
surprising. I thought it might be helpful to hear from a park owner to get their perspective. I thought it might be interesting to have some input from Commissioner Saltzman as to the thinking that might persuade us this is a good idea. So in the absence of that helpful information, I tend to lean towards my colleague, Mr. Hauk, and I just am uncomfortable taking this out of what is a shrinking inventory of prime industrial land.
Any additional comments? Go ahead, Andre.
So let's assume for a second we take this out. Metro comes back and says, based on the growth analysis, we need more. Well, don't answer the question. So how do we reconcile that in the future from a land inventory standpoint?
Well, good question. I think what went into the EOA was a lot about job trends and how the city is developing and what the economy looks like. What we're seeing from our numbers is that industrial employment is down or has barely recovered to pre-recession levels, but yet we've seen a huge increase in industrial space across the region, but that employment level isn't quite reaching up to that. So I'm not quite sure how we would reconcile that future growth. I will note that Metro is projecting a slower growth rate for both population and employment. The last growth forecast was about a 1.8% per year, and they're now 1 to 1.3%. So they're seeing national forecasts are all sort of leveling off. So that's going to play into it. Our job mix is changing. We're seeing more office. We're seeing more healthcare and education job growth, but yet we still have this sort of demand for space, through automation and throughput and everything else. We're still adding a lot of, Portland Meadows racetrack is coming in to be redeveloped as a huge industrial warehouse complex. So it's hard to predict how that all plays out. And it's also, looming out there is West Hayden Island, but the port doesn't seem ready, interested, or wanting to move on that. But, we haven't counted it in our supply. Metro has counted it in the regional supply. So there's a lot of uncertainty around that, both in terms of where we would grow for these types of jobs or how much demand for this type of space will be there.
A follow-up, would we be required to reconcile that through a comp plan change, a billable inventories change or update?
Well, like last time, we would bring back a number of different policy options. And you can reconcile it with land, you can reconcile it with the job trends, say we have the ability to grow over here. If the region forecasts a need for more industrial land, then they're going to have to find it at the edge of the region. And sort of that's where that demand goes, or that demand goes outside the region. It goes to Ridgefield, Washington, or it goes to Woodburn or other, especially for this sort of warehouse development, it wants to be close to I-5 and I-84. The number of sites in the region that fit that mold is pretty limited. So it's not necessarily a city of Portland demand as much as a regional economy for all of Northwest Oregon, Southwest Washington.
Chris is going to be next, but I have a quick interruption question. What's the timing again of getting Metro's update? And
So they are on track to adopt this, adopt the urban growth report in December. And then early next year, they'll go through a process coordinating with all of the jurisdictions in the region to do the allocation. And then my guess is sort of May or June, Metro Council would adopt that allocation to the individual cities. So we would then know what our updated forecast would look like. And then from there, we're sort of building into our work program to spend the rest of 2019 and into 2020 looking at the development trends and figuring out what it means for the EOA.
Okay. Chris?
So I was going to bring up the Portland Meadows. So that has ceased operations. A racetrack is being redeveloped. Was that just a change in use or also a change in zoning when that happened?
It's a change in use. We were already, I believe, I don't know how much, but we were already anticipating that redevelopment would occur sometime in the next 20 years, and it's happening sooner rather than later.
So that was in our inventory already.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of retail adjacent to Portland Meadows. How is that zoned, and what do we see as the trend line to that?
My recollection is it's still zoned for commercial, the CE, the lowest, biggest box commercial, and it stayed that way, and that's what we're planning there.
All right. Well, I'm persuaded that the housing emergency is still the most pressing issue we're dealing with, so I will move adoption of the proposal.
Do we have a second? Okay. Additional discussion? Yep.
Why would, I guess this is a question of a potential amendment, what would be the reason not, so I support the MDP zoning here. Would it be possible to recommend the MDP zoning without dropping the K overlay? In other words, just that would be an amendment to say that, because I'm a little beyond my knowledge in the industrial land side, but it seems like they're doing two things at once here. One is the MDP zoning, which is to make it more likely to continue on as a mobile home park to preserve stability for residents. And the other is the industrial overlay. Do those need to be coupled, or could you just recommend to go to MDP and not change the overlay?
I think it's cleaner to remove the overlay as well, just because if it were the prime industrial overlay really only applies to the employment areas and to the areas defined in the comp plan as prime industrial. And so just to keep things clean, it's either in or it's out.
So along those lines of question, and maybe Michelle was moving in on this, could we change the zoning but leave the comp plan zoning industrial? In other words, yeah, right? Do a zone map change?
No, you can't, because the manufactured dwelling park zoning only goes with the manufactured dwelling comp plan map.
Okay.
And that's part of what makes it so strong as a process to come back through, in terms of you're doing a full comp plan amendment. You're not doing a zone change in conformance with the comp plan.
Okay. Go ahead, Michelle.
So this is just sort of a policy comment. I don't think that we should separate the housing strategy and the job strategy. I think the job strategy is key to long-term getting a handle on helping people improve their rung on the economic ladder. We've heard repeatedly that these industrial jobs are potentially jobs for people that don't have a college education. It gives you stability, health care for your family. It just provides opportunities. So I join with the concern about taking any property out of this. I'm also concerned about if we go in the direction of we're going to address our need outside the region or on the edge, because I think that's inconsistent with the idea of climate action and people being able to work in their neighborhood. So those were the policy issues I wanted to raise.
Do you have your hand up, Andre?
So as we look at this, it looks like in 2019, 2020, we'll be back at the industrial lands inventory one way or the other.
Probably into
Probably
2020.
2020, we'll be looking at this whole
Yes.
question again.
Yes.
And at that time, could you take it back out and put it back in the inventory? I'm just kind of.
I mean, but you know, depending on where we stand with housing, and do we have a place to relocate 143 families to somewhere else, and reflecting on the testimony we heard the first time around about how this is a particular type of housing that people choose, and it's hard to replicate elsewhere in the city. So the relocation factor is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, and so this is just a comment. The thing for me is that I believe as a policy, we're going to be dealing with this. If we leave it as industrial, we deal with it as a housing problem, and how do they get this? They're displaced. If we change it to mobile home, we deal with it as a jobs policy. And I agree in part that you can't bifurcate those two. However, I think the priority right now is housing, and I think we should, though, note to council in our letter, either way, that we need to resolve the displacement problem either way, one way or the other. And the industrial land problem that we've created, if we take it out, the housing problem if we don't.
I'm following you. It's either dealing with jobs displacement or housing displacement, and we're telling council consider that that's the choice.
No, I'm saying to council, you need to do both. We can't bifurcate and say we're only going to deal with housing and then forget jobs, and to Michelle's point.
Daisy?
My question is, if somebody were to come and buy out this property and use it as a prime industrial zone or mixed employment, whatever, would all residents be eligible for relocation assistance? Because from my understanding of the relocation ordinance, it's quite vague around mobile home parks, and also given the fact that some residents there own the mobile home, and some own the mobile home and the property.
So my understanding is that if you own your mobile home and rent the pad, that you would be eligible for both what the relocation assistance that's required by state law, as well as under the city ordinance. If you rent the mobile home, then you're only eligible for the city relocation assistance.
So, to that, is there other areas in the city right now that you could relocate this mobile home to? I don't remember when the other parks came in front of us.
Right.
There was a lot of capacity to, if these individuals were displaced, to relocate them to other parks within the city.
Right. I don't have a good handle on like what the vacancy rate is in those other parks. And, you know, new parks are eligible to be created in the R2 and R3 zones under current zoning, and the RM1 zone once we get through with Better Housing by Design. So it is possible to create new parks still in the city, but, you know, in terms of, you know, to the question about finding 18 acres is a pretty big piece of property in the city of Portland for any use.
Right.
Baseball stadium or whatever you want. It's a big piece of ground.
Yep. Jeff, then Eli.
I just want to make the point that by rezoning this, there's absolutely no reason to believe anything's going to change. I mean, by not rezoning, I'm sorry. If it stays as industrial zone, we have no indication of an intent to change it. And I don't mean to read too much into the absence of any testimony from the owner, but if this was an owner who was contemplating a sale, I assume we would have some vigorous input opposing this. So it may be an unfair implication, but the fact that we're hearing nothing from the owner suggests to me this isn't an owner who's paying attention to the process, which means it may just continue to be a mobile home park for as long as we can imagine. So we have no evidence one way or the other, but there's no reason to assume we rezone it, something's going to change quickly. The other middle ground, which is probably not a tenable middle ground, is I think it's awkward to know in the next year or so we're going to be looking at our industrial land inventory, and we may have to make some painful adjustments to it to make a decision today to take a key piece of that debate off the table. And I'm wondering if there's a way we could hold our recommendation in abeyance until we have information from Metro and know whether or not this becomes a critical part of our response to Metro. I don't know if there'd be any support for that. I don't know if that's possible, but to simply tell City Council, thank you very much. We'll be making a recommendation after we get Metro's Goal 9 report at the end of the year or next year. Is that even conceivable, assuming anyone else sees that as a pathway to split the difference on our decision?
Well, I guess two thoughts on that. One is this was I would say, technically, this was a council request. It was not adopted by resolution. So if you do not pass a recommendation tonight or today, it stops here for the time being. It doesn't automatically go to council. The second thing I would note that, we have a pretty slim supply to begin with. We're talking about 13 acres out of 1,000 acre, one way or the other. We're going from 2% to 1% in terms of we're into margin of error and which way do you want to put your finger on the scale. The industrial jobs issue is bigger than this 13 acres. This is not going to solve our problem long term.
I thought it was a matter of respect for the fact that we have a Goal 9 industrial land process. It's getting shrunk down continually. As a matter of perception, I hate to shrink it further just before we get information that tells us, here's how we're doing. So if we can't punt by saying we're going to defer our recommendation until next year, then I don't have enough reason. It's unfortunate, and you've done a great job, Tom, presenting what council would like us to do, but we just don't have, in my mind, enough evidence or persuasive reason to make this change at this point. So I'll be a no vote as it stands now.
Eli, and then Chris, and then I'd like to take final comments. Hopefully. Just looking at time, unless somebody's dying to add to it.
So just responding to some of the policy points, if we think the owner's not going to redevelop this anytime soon, then it's not really contributing anything to the industrial land supply. I referenced the nearby retail. If you asked me today, I'd much rather rezone that retail to industrial than keep this park industrial because I want to preserve the housing. And I think, as I said during the comp plan, I think our prime industrial has to get denser in some way. We have to use the acres more efficiently, and we're going to have to face up to that discussion. So my 2 cents.
And I guess I would add, when we were looking at the comp plan, the prime industrial land, there was not a look at this question of the manufactured dwelling parks. And I think had that been a discussion that was at the forefront and considered in what we were doing, I personally would have dealt with it then and probably would have recommended that it not be included. So for what it's worth, I'm obviously leaning to support the amendment. I think it is a tough choice. I think that we are just not going to see this size of mobile home park delivered with what we've got left in our land supply in our R2 zones, R3 zones, and RM zones. And if we don't preserve this, we will lose it. This is a really unique type of housing, and I think this kind of the work that we've been doing to try to preserve these is kind of our last chance at doing so. So that's why I'm in support of preserving it. I absolutely agree the jobs are in Portland. Absolutely agree that we've got some work cut out for us in the future, but not at the expense of this mobile home park. Shelley, it looks like you want to.
Yeah, unfortunately I do. So it's just, again, expressing complete respect for this form of housing and the important role that it plays in the system. But again, for me, balancing everything, I'm not convinced that if we got to the situation, I mean, part of the findings are we don't think this is going to flip. But if we got to the point where there was a unique job opportunity here, I think the city has great resources and could get creative, and maybe all 100 plus units don't move to the same place. But if we have a commitment, and we've continued to express this commitment that the city has to take responsibility for the impacts, that we could help place these people somewhere else, and that a 13 acres of industrial land is more unique than 13 acres of residential land as a tool in the box.
And my rebuttal to that is, if this comes back to us and the city can find us the land to relocate these individuals to, then I'd reconsider putting it back into the industrial land supply. So I think if we, just looking at time, unless somebody really feels that they need to add one more point before we take a vote, I'd like to kind of call the vote. But Mike, go ahead.
Right, my no is not a vote against the trailer park. My vote is to face up to the fact that now or in 2020, we're going to be right back where we were in a very contentious and arduous process regarding industrial land, and we're going to have to deal with that. We are landlocked. There's only so much land out there, and I'm really, we faced the issue with industrial lands primarily because there was a cumulative impact of many, many decisions like this that added up to not having enough industrial land.
Okay, so with that, Love, could you call the roll, please?
Backrack? No. Baugh?
Yes.
Hauk?
No.
Larcel?
Yes, for all the reasons.
Mike, please. Katie, sorry. Could you put your mic on, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, for all the reasons that that I voted for the original, saving all the parks, I want to save this one, and I really appreciate the fact that we've got people speaking for the industrial lands, and yes, we need to look at that.
Quinones? Yes. Rudd?
No.
Smith?
Yes.
Spivak?
Yes.
St. Martin?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes. That is 8-3. That can't be. Did I count wrong? It must be 7-3. Sorry. Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is inclusionary housing extension. This too is a hearing and a recommendation. If you are here to testify, please fill out a form from the back of the room and bring them up to Love here up front.
Can I statement conflict?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Sure. So I hadn't realized till I was biking in today that I will be bowing out of this discussion. I've got a property that is heading in for permits, and I realized the reason they're going for the end of December deadline is probably related to this potential 2-year extension, and it may also relate to Housing Bureau discussions outside of Title 33 for that project. So I'm going to step on out. Thanks.
Thank you, Eli. Sure. We will text or find you. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
All right, thank you, commissioners. My name is Tyler Bump. I'm a senior planner here at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. I'm going to give a quick overview and a sort of background to remind folks of where we are and how we got to where we are today. It's been 2 years since the first inclusionary housing proposed draft was in front of Planning and Sustainability Commission. That was in October of 2016. PSC did approve and send a recommended draft to City Council. City Council adopted the inclusionary housing regulations, the zoning code, and the program that's administered by the Housing Bureau in December, and it went into effect on February 1st, 2017. We added a new section in the zoning code, a new chapter in the zoning code, 33245, to implement the inclusionary requirements that says any buildings, new development with 20 units or more, are subject to the inclusionary requirements. Those requirements are 10% of units at 60% median family income and 20% of units at 80% median family income. Through the process, we added another section into the code that has a phase-in rate. It's a 2-year phase-in period that's set to expire on January 1st, 2019, which is why we're here today and having that discussion. The proposed draft in front of you is a very small code change. It's a strikeout of that January 1st, 2019 date and replaced with January 1st, 2021. So an additional 2 years of that phase-in inclusion rate. My colleagues here from the Housing Bureau are going to give some background. They're also going to give an update to the 18-month review of the inclusionary housing program. I presented that to you all, a 6-month review and a year review. Over the last year and a half or so, we've talked about it a few times, and so they're going to be doing the 18-month review and all of the tracking moving forward. So this is the first time they're talking to PSC and giving the update on things that are happening with the development pipeline prior to inclusionary housing, as well as been happening afterwards. So I'm going to turn it over to Matthew Schabold here, and they'll take it and we'll sort of answer questions as they come up. I also want to mention that we are in going to give the presentation, then we do have a hearing, and we'll have a recommendation after that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for having me, Matthew Schabold with the Portland Housing Bureau. So I won't spend too much time on this slide. It's just a reminder of the program structure. Tyler already covered it a bit, and also why we're here in front of the PSC today. So I'm going to go ahead and move right into a general update of where the program is. I know that Shannon Callahan, the Bureau Director, sent you all the memo with the 18-month update, but I'm just going to hit a few high points and then we can have general questions about the extension or the 18-month update. So the key highlights from the memo, about 8,000 units from on the vested pipeline of the 19,000 units that had gone down to 10,000 units in the 12-month update. There are about 8,000 units left in buildings with 20 or more units remaining in the pipeline. Since February 1st, 2017, about 8,600 units have entered into permitting, land use review, or some form of pre-application or early assistance since the requirement went into effect. At this point, we have about 362 inclusionary housing units in projects with a total of over 2,200 units that are either permitted or close to permitting. Just a note on 2017 permit, it set a historic high in the multifamily at over 6,000 permits, and there are other market indicators starting to signal a shift in the development cycle generally for multifamily development. So just a couple of pull-out graphs from the memo. I'll just go through really quickly and then we can open it up for questions. This is a graph of the multifamily permitting in Portland from 2000 to 2017. You can see that all-time high in 2017 of over 6,000 units permitted. This is the vested pipeline and updates based on the memos produced by BPS and BDS, or the Housing Bureau. So you saw originally around 19,000 units. It dropped to 14,000 at the 6-month review, to 10,000 at the 12-month review, and now just over 8,000 at the 18-month review. And then this is a summary of the first 18 months of activity since the inclusionary housing requirement went into effect, with about 1,000 units permitted, slightly over 1,000 in the permitting process, moving toward permitting, about 1,500 in land use review, and then just below 5,000 in some sort of pre-application or early assistance for over between 8,000 and 9,000 units that have come in over about 100 projects, both in the central city and in the neighborhoods. You should have a printout of this map as well, right? Did they receive that? Okay. So you should have a printout of this map as well. The buildings indicate a project that has permitted or is in the permitting process and has been reviewed by the Housing Bureau desk at the Permit Center. And the arrows represent the land use reviews, early assistance, pre-application projects, and you can see the highlights on the sidebar there. We know there's been a question about whether or not what we're seeing in buildings and projects with less than 20 units. We're seeing a similar proportion to recent development activity in previous years, although we'll need to track that closely moving forward. And then a summary of some of the actions taken so far. Working with the Mayor's Office, the Housing Bureau has put forward a proposal, or a proposal has been accepted by both the City Council and the Board of County Commissioners for a $15 million rolling tax exemption cap to ensure certainty for the tax exemption for developers. We've published draft administrative rules for the the home ownership requirements, and we've adopted those rules. City Council adopted the Incentivizing the Pipeline multi-program, which was designed to try and encourage developers to provide affordable units in projects vested prior to inclusionary housing. And we think that the Board of County Commissioners will be taking that up in November. We made some changes to the fee in lieu to simplify it and adjust it, both in the Central City and outside the Central City over the summer. And then moving forward, we have a number of actions that are upcoming. First is we're looking to clarify a technical fix in the Central City, where currently if you are zoned at base FAR of 5 to 1 or greater, you're eligible for the full tax exemption, and to stay true to the original nexus of the inclusionary housing program, we're changing that to zoned or built at 5 to 1 or greater. We're publishing an update to our administrative rules to address a number of technical issues that have been identified in the last 18 months from stakeholders in the development industry as well as by staff. Obviously, we're here today to talk about keeping the lower inclusion rate in the neighborhoods for an additional 2 years. We'll be working on a proposal to take to City Council to establish a full 10-year property tax exemption for projects outside the Central City if they're building 5 to 1 FAR or greater. And then looking toward January, we're going to be looking at the Central City bonus FAR with BPS, as well as recalibrating some of the offsite and the build offsite and designate offsite building options. So that's just kind of a quick summary. I turn it back to Tyler or the commission for any questions.
I think if we have any questions, now's the right time for those.
Okay. Are there any questions for staff? Chris, go ahead. And then Andre.
So what's the motivation for extending the deadline? What is it we think is not working that we're trying to fix here?
Well, I don't know that we think anything is not working. We're showing signs that the program is actually working well in the neighborhoods, and we want to continue to see that success. And so in consultation with the Mayor's Office, we made a decision around a whole package of adjustments, some of the ones that we've done already and some of the ones we're going to be doing. And a part of that was to keep the current inclusion rate, because it seems like it is working in many of the neighborhoods outside the Central City. So it gives the market a little bit more time to adjust and allows us to make some small refinements to the program outside the Central City, so we can hopefully continue to see the production of inclusionary housing units.
Okay, so let me ask the converse of that question then. If we didn't do this and we allowed the higher inclusion rate to take effect, what negative impacts do we think we'd see?
I think we could potentially see a lower rate of inclusionary units being developed, and we'd like to continue to see the rate we're seeing in the neighborhoods.
And what would the causal for that prediction be?
The general downturn in the market, and then we also know, and we talked about this, there's a couple of neighborhoods where we do need to adjust the incentives. And so until those incentives are adjusted, which we can do over the next 12 to 18 months, we will want to keep the inclusion rates the same.
Yeah. Thank you.
Andre?
Along that line of questioning, so upcoming actions, you're looking at the 10-year outside.
Yes.
The 10-year. So are those neighborhoods the neighborhoods that you're targeting with the IH also in this extension to continue to grow?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Yeah, so they are outside the central city. This phase-in would apply outside the central city, and that outside the central city additional full tax exemption would expand that outside the central city in certain areas, depending on where that applies. Yeah.
And you said earlier that certain areas you wanted to continue to grow. So I'm just looking to see, is there a match between the certain areas you're looking to grow with the extension and the 10-year tax that you have in here, you say, in certain areas. So are those two areas matching, or are they different areas?
Okay. So for this particular action, the inclusion rate, it's everywhere outside the central city except for the Gateway Plan District. So there would be overlap. We haven't identified the specific neighborhoods outside the central city where we'd be looking to do the 10-year tax exemption. Those neighborhoods would overlap, but it doesn't necessarily mean that when we bring the proposal forward, that a condition of getting the full tax exemption would be to go with the higher inclusion rates. That it could be an option, either to do the base inclusion rates with the current incentives or to move voluntarily to the higher inclusion rates in exchange for getting a full tax exemption. So that's a determination we haven't made yet that we'll have to look at as we calibrate that particular action.
So what?
Sorry, Commissioner. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that we say, we're going to expand the full tax exemption incentive to, Northwest Portland or another particular neighborhood, but then with the calibration acknowledge that that's best linked to the power of the full property tax exemption.
Okay.
Yeah.
What stops a further extension, I guess, is kind of extension of Chris's question. So in 2021, you come back for 2 more years. What would stop that, I guess? Because the market's going to turn down, it's going to go up. The market's going to change no matter what. What other factors might stop the extension or continue it?
I think that with another 2 years, I do think there'll be more time for the market to adjust. And, as I mentioned, more time for us to do some spot calibration for incentives in certain neighborhoods. That's one of the rationales that we're doing this. And so I would say that assuming we can get some of the spot calibration of incentives and increase the incentives in certain neighborhoods, the rationale for another extension from my perspective would not be as strong in 2 years because we had taken other actions to try and address some specific neighborhoods where we're hearing from some of the industry stakeholders that some adjustments would be beneficial to increasing the number of projects with inclusionary units.
Thank you.
Ike?
What I'm hearing basically is adaptive management, which makes a lot of sense.
Sure, yeah.
Any other questions before we open up testimony? Jeff?
Thank you. That just clarify for me. I thought I know the answer. The pipeline number of 8,000, whatever, 300 units, wherever that number is that both pre-adoption of IH and post-adoption of IH?
So there's two. I'll just go back to the slide real quick, I guess. So this is the number for the vested. So the projects that vested pre-February 1st of 2017. And it's 65 permit applications and 8,294 total units. So that is the pre. If you're looking at post February 1st, 2017, so projects subject to inclusionary housing, it's 100 proposed projects and about 8,600 units, 8,578. So that's all in projects that would be subject to inclusionary housing, broken out by this stage there in the process.
And for each of those two categories, are you applying any kind of an attrition rate, either historically or based on a deeper dive? In other words, we know a lot of those units will never come to fruition for one reason or another. Is there any way as you're kind of taking today's snapshot and estimating where it's going to go,
Yeah, I'm just looking for the number really quickly. So if you're looking at the vested projects in the memo, if you have the memo in front of you on page 4, I think it's on page 4. So between the 12-month memo, which was the 10,000 number, and this 18-month memo, 8 permits were completed or moved out of the pipeline, and 5 were withdrawn either by the applicant or because the review window expired. So we are tracking attrition as it happens. We have had some conversations with BPS and BDS staff about if there is a sense in general about attrition rates through the process that we could apply. And I think there was general agreement that, well, there's not good estimates on attrition rates generally, to say nothing of a market anomaly like the 19,000 units, to be able to accurately anticipate how many of the 8,000 units here or 8,000 units here would move through the process or not move through the process. We just don't have a reasonable estimate for either pre or post IH.
And is there any, and again, I really don't want to dive too deep into the numbers, but do you calculate it between central city and non-central city in terms of where are more units dropping out? Is that something you wouldn't?
We could break that out easily. We have a data set. We've had a lot of requests since we published the memo, and we have a data set that we've made available. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it does break out both for the vested units and then the post February 1st, the IEH projects.
Is there generally a distinction? I mean, is there a noticeable difference between attrition inside Central City versus attrition outside?
For the vested or the post February 1st?
Either
IH?
category. I mean, so you have all these permits coming into the process that aren't really permits yet. They're just potential permits.
Mm-hmm.
Some never reach fruition. They go away for one reason or another. Any sense of, do you tend to lose more units out of the pipeline, Central City versus non-Central City? Just generally.
I might jump in here real quick. When we're tracking the pre-inclusionary housing pipeline, it's really important to look at which of those projects and units were vested through a land use review application, and which of those projects have moved forward to a building permit application. So a number of those vested units are in land use, were vested through a land use review application, but have not yet moved forward to a building permit application. And so as we track this over time, those are the ones that if they don't move forward, they stay there, and there's a certain amount of time that they're no longer valid after they've past 2 or 3 years. So I think it's really that land use review vested application that haven't moved forward to building permit that is going to be important to track over time for the next update.
Well, let me. I didn't really mean to get too bogged down in the pipeline, other than to recognize there's a lot of opinions on how you analyze the pipeline data. But I want to move off of that. Maybe we'll come back to that after public testimony. Quickly, one other thing. You mentioned now just talking about outside Central City, because that's the focus of your proposed recommendation here today, that we continue the lower inclusion rate. You said there are signs showing that IH is working in the neighborhoods. What are you looking at that tells you, yes, it's working? Because I don't believe you're not, if you take out the public subsidized IH, it looks like the numbers you're getting are below the estimates when the program was originally adopted. So what are you looking at as positive signs that IH is working in the neighborhoods?
So about 320 of the 360 inclusionary units are in projects that are publicly or privately financed. So the majority of them are in privately financed projects.
Outside the Central City?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So
sorry,
I'll briefly follow up. I'm sorry. So you want to, so even though you're comfortable with the progress you're making outside, you want to continue the lower inclusion rate, because I think you said you want to continue to hit at the numbers you're now hitting. Is
Correct.
that,
we have some program refinements we want to make while the inclusion rates are where they are before they go up to the full inclusion rate level, so that we can make sure that each of the neighborhoods are calibrated correctly.
Okay. So anecdotally, am hearing there are some neighborhoods it's not working so well in, and you're recognizing that because you're telling me you're going to continue to look at recalibrations. You were asked a little bit was what would happen if you bumped up to the higher rate today. I guess my question is what would happen if you lowered it today? You gave 2 years of sort of a lower rate and see if that stimulates more activity. What would be the consequences? You're at, I forget your numbers, 8 and what are your 2 numbers today included?
8 and 15.
If you dropped it to 5 and 10, what do you think would be the consequence over the next 2 years?
Well, I mean, we certainly would get fewer inclusionary housing units, but if the question is about general multifamily market production, I think that's a broader question than just the inclusionary housing requirement. So certainly there may be a project here or there that would move forward where it might not otherwise, but I think there are broader market factors that I couldn't really give you a certain answer right on the spot.
No, I get it. It's sort of an unfair question, but I think it goes to what I hope we're all keeping in mind as we look at the program. The goal is to maximize affordable units without minimizing total units. And where that sweet spot is, I guess, is what we're all collectively working on to try to find out what's the calibration that doesn't stop those 1 or 2 or 3 projects.
Correct.
But at the same time, gets us affordable units. And I think when we originally looked at this program, we spent a lot of time talking about will the IH program have the negative consequence of lowering the production of units so that we get a relatively few number of affordable housing units at the cost of less units overall, and where's that balance? And I appreciate it. Sounds like you guys are continuing to search for that calibration, and I would.
Yeah, we're tracking it closely. I think it still is a little too soon to tell because of the anomaly of such a large proportion of units vesting prior to inclusionary housing, but we are pleased at the number we're starting to see enter into the process post February 1, acknowledging that some will likely not move through the process and be built, but we're pleased, particularly given the other market factors that are happening.
Real quick question for you, kind of following up on Jeff's. Is there a goal that the Housing Bureau has that kind of defines success? Certainly, even 1 unit's a success. I'm not trying to minimize that at all, but just, if you weren't seeing a certain number that you guys are going to go, yeah, this is making us nervous, or yeah, this is great. This is exactly what we were hoping for.
As far as a number for the inclusionary housing units?
Yeah, number of units produced as affordable through IH.
Sure. Well, we're closely looking at the inclusionary units, but in the context of overall multifamily production, inclusionary housing was a policy adopted in the comp plan. And as a part of that, there were projections between 2010 and 2035 on the number of multifamily units needed in the city by geography of the city. And so we'll be working closely with BPS to track that and to track new projections as they change over that 25-year window, to understand what, among many factors, is affecting the overall multifamily development, and whether or not on an ongoing kind of spot management, I don't know if that was the term you used, the calibration of inclusionary is right to help make sure that the city meets its overall housing goals over the 25-year period of time.
Great. So I guess I would going to put that back on you.
Sure.
That it'd be great, since that's actually a number we can calculate. I mean, if I spent some time, I could probably sit here and calculate it too. But just understand what's the goal for the city for total housing, which if you take our inclusionary rates, we know that comes down to 200 a year. I don't know what it is. I'm throwing out a number right now, right?
Yeah.
And therefore, if we're hitting that, we're feeling pretty good about how the program's working. That's just one measurement for do we think we have the calibration maybe somewhat on target. And we know that that's going to do this, right? I mean, that's just nature, but just
sure.
something to think about.
Definitely.
just a little bit of background for my fellow commissioners, and again, most of the work that we do is within the central city. We have certainly seen construction costs escalating, and that's not just central city, that's throughout, I would say, any of the projects we're working on the West Coast. We're seeing in Portland, as shown in your memo, that rents have gone. They've not only just steadied out, which was more yet last year, but they're starting to decrease, and concessions are going up. So we are seeing a change in the market through our practice, and fewer projects getting started in our practice, and we do a lot of housing. So, and again, our housing is mostly central city, so it had nothing to do with inclusionary. That's just general market conditions for people. Just kind of FYI. Katie?
Yeah, I just had some questions. I was wondering why you picked a 2-year period to extend it. I mean, could have done 1 year, I suppose, right?
Yeah, I think 2 year is it's not too long to allow us to do the calibrations we need to do, but also providing some certainty for developers that want to move projects through in the interim.
And then I was wondering, how much is it costing taxpayers to do this? Is there a cost to taxpayers with the lower inclusion rate? Are the developers still getting the same amount of incentive for the lower amount, or?
I'm going to defer to Lori on that one.
The light's just really subtly on or off.
There you go. Very good. User error. So the incentive level will vary depending on where a project is, or also the incentive or the inclusion rate that they choose. So for instance, on these projects outside of the central city, primarily they will only be receiving the tax exemption on the affordable units. And so if the average tax exemption value across the city for a multifamily unit for us has traditionally been about $2,000 a year, so over the 10 years of the tax exemption time frame. And there's also, if units are restricted at the 60% of median family income level, there are SDC exemptions that are available, as well as we exempt the construction excise tax from the Affordable Housing Fund.
So are you saying that it's proportional then?
It is proportional, yeah. And it doesn't necessarily offset dollar for dollar the cost to the project to provide the affordable housing, but there is definitely incentive. There's also the possibility of some exemption of parking, as well as then a density bonus potentially for each project that opts into the program rather than choosing to pay the fee in lieu.
Okay. Oh, and the other question was, and it might be in here, but have you talked about the fee in lieu? Whether that's working, or are people using that?
We have a couple of projects in the permitting queue, but none that has actually paid it or had their permit issued and moved forward. There are, and that includes a number or a handful of projects who actually weren't subject to inclusionary housing, but opted in to participate in the program in order to gain the density bonus.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, for the record, my name is Dory Van Bockel.
Sorry.
I'm the program coordinator with the development incentive team at the Housing Bureau.
Appreciate that. If we could hold questions and move to testimony. Love, do we have any testimony cards? Okay. If there's anybody else here to testify, if you could please fill out a testimony card. Since we do have one, this is something new for those of us who are joining the PSC, but for testimony, this is going to become common practice. So welcome to the Portland Planning and Sustainability Commission. The commission represents all Portlanders and meets to do the city's business. The chair preserves order and decorum during commission meetings so that everyone can feel welcome, comfortable, respected, and safe. Since we just have one, I'm going to skip that. Disruptive conduct, such as shouting or interrupting testimony or commission discussion, will not be allowed. Thank you for your help in making your fellow Portlanders feel welcome, comfortable, respected, and safe. So thank you very much. I have one individual here to testify. That is Gwen Baldwin. If there's anybody else here, please fill out a form and bring it up here to Love. Welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Schultz and members of the commission, my name is Gwen Baldwin. I'm here today representing Oregon Smart Growth. You may have seen me here in the past representing what we were formerly known as, which is Oregon Locust. The mission and the organization is still the same, which is that we support dense, walkable, livable development throughout the state of Oregon, and we are a coalition of developers, investors, and allied industries. I'm here today in support of this minor revision and the extension of the sunset date. As Matt Chabald and Tyler Bump and others have stated, inclusionary housing is an incredibly important component of a large mix of policies and dynamics that are that come in front of you and are part of the city's health. They don't sit in isolation from one another. So and it was never intended to be frozen in ice. It is a living dynamic. And as we have more time under our belt, we out in the community and you as policymakers need to identify places where adjustments and tweaks in all policies, particularly inclusionary housing, but also you've got a number of things in front of you which will dramatically affect the ability to reach our needed housing goals. You have a heavy plate in front of you, and this is one small way in which the calibration continues in a healthier manner. To Commissioner Smith's point, if it's functioning to make a change that increases the burden of performance, means that you risk that there will be less performance. Ultimately, the choice is yours as to whether you think that is something valid or not. What I will tell you is that it's something that we support, because when this policy was first put in place, and as you discussed in this body, you're dealing with market conditions that you sort of see at the time, but are already in motion for the next years coming on. There are always going to be changes that we can't control, that you can't control, whether that's labor costs or the cost of steel or whatever. But there are policies in front of the city that you can control, and this is one of them. So it's a modest extension of a policy to keep a pipeline going forward, because ultimately that's the goal. Needed housing. What is that needed housing at all ranges of affordability, and how can we make adjustments and changes that ensure that? So I appreciate your consideration. I hope you support this.
Thank you very much, Gwen. We have no questions. Thank you.
Actually, I'll ask a question.
Oh. Not fast enough.
I'm just curious, since your group are the developers who have the burden and the opportunity to deliver these affordable units, what are you hearing about the pipeline? I mean, that's been an issue that I've heard discussed, and it's one we should be concerned about. Is the pipeline as full as it appears, and we're going to see a lot of these units delivered, which means a lot of them will be, well, we have two pipelines, I guess. We have the pre-IH and the post-IH pipeline. So focusing on the pre-IH, 8,000 or something units that are not necessarily and probably will not produce affordable units, but will produce supply, part of the needed housing portfolio we need. What's the sense of your group in terms of that portfolio? How real is it? If you flash forward a year or two, how many of those 8,000 units are going to get delivered versus how many drop out? And I know no one knows, but I think it just highlights how important it is that we sort of keep an eye on that, because if it's too low, that's a big problem. If it's great, if we hit most of them, that helps everybody. Do you have a sense from your discussions with your members?
The market's slowing, and it's slowing for a variety of reasons. And again, I think that ball was set in motion months and months ago. And that's inevitable. The cycle will cool, the cycle will warm up. I think the question underlying your question is really critical for this body to always have in mind, which is what is the supply of needed housing? It takes years to go from concept to actually certificates of occupancy. So if that pipeline isn't full or being replenished, there will be a huge housing shortfall. So I think it's incumbent on all of us to do our parts to try to move that forward. That said, I would say that what's remaining in the vested queue are probably the more challenging projects. And as Tyler noted, you have to look at the land use ones. Are any of them and how many of them are moving into permit? And that's something that I would urge and hope is a constant question and a constant check-in, because, again, you can't turn that ship around quickly. I think in terms of the post-February 2017, it's important to also check in what is that private sector development piece versus public sector. Portland has really embraced its affordable housing bond. Hopefully after November there will be an additional metro housing bond that will be approved. And those are opportunities to do some of the more challenging frankly, very difficult, if not impossible, for the market to provide affordable housing and supportive services. But that is not the same as the private market moving forward. So I think both of those things are important to call out and separate as we go forward.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, Gwen. Is there anybody else here to testify? I'm not seeing anybody get up. So with that, we will close the hearing. Tyler, Matt, would you guys like to come back up? I shared this with the Housing Bureau, and you guys may find it interesting or not. Looking at this particular slide, I can speak to about 2,000 of the units that are in the category that say pre-application early assistance, or units that our office are working on. At least I believe so. Not knowing the data behind that, but I know that we've been in for an early assistance meeting on those. And I can tell you those won't deliver, if they deliver, for easily they'll begin to deliver in about 3 years. That's how long, actually those will be closer. I take that back, 4 years. But I mean, just to kind of put that into context of our projects on the slide that were pre-IH, also have about another 2,000 units that I can speak to, and I know they are in this pipeline. If we do not begin work on them again here in another 8 months, they will lose their vesting. And then those will not deliver, if they do get started, for another probably 3 years at the soonest. So I guess what I'm getting at is this pipeline's still working its way through, and even all of the ones, as you're kind of keeping in mind, that are post-IH, they're even kind of a longer kind of pipeline should they come to reality. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, sure.
And I asked this, Matt, when we had a private meeting a while back. So you'll all be back in 6 months and 12 months updating us. And this goes to something the cat raised. Are there some benchmarks? Or is there something we can be looking for? Some key data points in the next 6 months, 12 months that will sort of, from a hard unit standpoint, tell us IH is working, we're getting a reasonable number of units, or the marketplace simply isn't delivering them. And I recognize the market may not deliver them for a lot of reasons, not just IH, but IH is the one piece of the housing policy we have in front of us. So what do we look for the next few months, 6, 12 months as you come back, that we can hold your feet to the fire and ourselves and say, okay, here's some data points we should all look at in 6, 12, 18 months to tell us, do we need more than incremental adjustments, but maybe we need major adjustments? Help us do our job. What should we ask you about next time you're here?
Sure. So I think that one of the things we're going to be looking to do, and I don't know if it'll be in the next memo, but we'll be looking at the best way to analyze it in the next 6 to 12 months is how is the permitting activity. So to Chair Schultz's point, how are we looking in terms of our 25-year growth projections and need projections? I think the challenge there is, given the cyclical nature of development, how do we know whether or not inclusionary housing is having the effect that other market factors might be a more significant contributor to some sort of trend, up or down trend in the development market. I think we'll be looking at comparison cities and regionally what development trends look like, and so to the extent that we can compare similar cities or the region and try and understand what we're seeing in those jurisdictions versus ours, to try in some way figure out a way to holding the IH element aside, what other larger trends are we seeing, and is that indicative of trends we're also seeing in the Portland market? So I think along with some of the targets, as was recommended by the chair, regional trends, comparative city trends, and what Portland looks like side by side.
You mentioned Kat's comments about a benchmark. Or is there? I didn't hear a number in response to that. I understand that may be hard, but it's always helpful since you give us a lot of data and numbers. What would be a good number in terms of IH units built a year from now?
So I'm not prepared to give you a number today, but I can certainly follow up with you
Tyler,
on what that number might be.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Matt, but I saw Tyler calculating.
Just throw out a number we can throw back at you in 12 months.
I think we could probably have a conversation about what that would look like. What we have to do is look at our forecast, 123,000 households, and look at the development types and which ones are 20 units or more, and sort of back out from that. Because we're already 8 years into our 2010 bench line, I think it's worth us sort of looking into it a little bit more before I throw a number out there. So,
good idea.
doable, and we can follow up with you.
Wise answer. Sorry to interrupt, Matt.
No.
I just saw him frantically.
You're fine.
He was either texting or he was doing calculations.
I was doing math.
Any other questions or?
I just have one because I'm still a little hazy on why exactly you're asking for this 2-year extension. You kind of have said, well, market conditions and some things like that, but it wasn't very specific.
So the primary reason is there's a number of other program adjustments we want to make outside the central city, and we want to make those before the higher inclusion rates go into effect. And we think we're going to be able to accomplish that between December of 2018 and December of 2020.
And can you share those?
There were some of the ones that I read and are in, if you're looking in your memo.
Okay. What page is that on?
On page 7. So it's some of the upcoming actions that I spoke about in terms of program refinements.
Matt, I'm going to add something.
Okay.
This may be
Thanks.
completely off base, so correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
My perception is that you've been getting having more success in areas outside of the central city. Is that correct? With production actually produced, built?
I think I would characterize it that more projects have moved through, yes.
Okay. Fair. Thank you for correcting me. So there's more projects moving through outside the central city. So they're seeing more traction there. And you've got some market conditions that are a little iffy right now. So I guess what my 2 cents would be, if you've got market conditions that are doing this, it's going to make where they're getting more traction at the moment happening. Why impede that continued traction? Because this market condition is counteracting. So you want to keep the production happening. And as market conditions make it harder, by increasing the inclusionary rate at the end of the year, you may just exacerbate market conditions versus maybe just letting it ride, kind of stabilize, and hopefully it'll ride out the market conditions. And you can correct me if I'm off there, but like I said, that's just perception.
No, no correction.
Okay. Andre?
So this is maybe for our next item, but based on these changes, especially 4 and the extension, how do they align with the Better Housing by Design in the neighborhoods that we're looking at, and especially in the latter 2 area designations that are the higher volume densities? Is there an alignment there, or is that question just wait 20 minutes and you'll answer it?
I'll try to answer that now so that Better Housing can sort of move through that process. When we spoke a couple weeks ago around the feasibility of the Better Housing by Design and the multi-dwelling prototypes, we are evaluating the 10 and 20% inclusion rates. So we're looking at what the requirement is in the base zone without the phase-in rate. So when we have a zoning code project, we want to make sure that it works moving forward, not just for the next 2 years while this phase-in rate is in place. So we are looking a little bit further out. We're taking a little conservative look on the feasibility side to make sure that they do work. So in terms of that bonus and base FAR, I think everything is consistent. The one piece I think that you sort of alluded to a little bit is this, the upcoming actions around the full tax exemption for 5-to-1 FAR. So really we have 2 base zones where the 5-to-1 FAR is possible, and that's the CM3 and the RM4, the new RM4. And so in terms of where projects can use that full tax exemption, it's where we have CM3 and where we have RM4, and more specifically within plan districts where we have heights that allow you to get to that full FAR as well. So probably a separate conversation, but absolutely there's some connection there.
Well, I guess it says that they're specific geographies, and so are those geographies aligned with because those are very small areas in the city in those 2 zones, so are they in those specific geographies, I guess?
I'm not sure what the geographies are, but for the most part, anytime that we're looking at significant development, we're going to have a mix of those. So places like Interstate Corridor, places like Northwest District. So those are the places where we have those kind of zones. I don't know what the geographies are that the Housing Bureau is looking at for the tax exemption, but I'm sure that we'll look at it when they go through that process.
Okay. And we don't have a defined set of geographies right now. We're just getting started with the analysis to make we think Northwest Portland, we think close proximity to the border of the Central City Plan District. But as far as specific neighborhoods or zones or lines on a map, we're not there yet. So, but we'll work closely with BPS on that, given the upcoming potential zone changes for the mixed-use zones. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing that we're close to this agenda item supposedly being wrapped up here, does anybody feel comfortable making a motion at this time?
Yeah, I move we adopt the zone changes for
you adopt
IH.
the proposal?
Adopt the IH proposal.
How about that? Because I don't think we have zone changes per se. Okay. Any additional questions, commentary, deliberations? I'm not seeing any. With that, Love, let's take the roll.
Backrack?
And I'll try to count this time.
I think you got it right last time. I'm going to vote in favor. I would have loved to propose an amendment to lower the inclusion rates even further to test and see what that would do. But I don't think I'd get the support, so I'll just support the motion that's in front of us. Yes.
Ba?
Yes.
Haug?
Yeah, the term is adaptive management, yes.
Larcel? Quinones?
Yes.
Rudd?
Yes.
Smith?
Reluctant, yes.
Spivak? Oh, he's not here. St. Martin?
Tracy, you still on the phone?
Yes.
All right. We
And I
hear
vote yes.
Is that 2 yeses?
Correct.
Schultz?
Yes. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much for taking the time to walk us through that today. Next item on the agenda is Better Housing by Design. This is a work session. I have a number of disclosures to read here. Sorry, I'm reading through my notes to get my head wrapped around it.
About 5 minutes for Bill to get down.
Sure. let's take a 5-minute break, and then I'll read disclosures, because then I can take a break myself.
You guys are early.
Agenda is a work session for Better Housing by Design. We do have some disclosures I'd like to announce. I'm going to start with Commissioner Spivak. Spivak owns a 50 by 100 lot zoned RH, which is under contract. None of his properties are affected by this project. Commissioner Smith, RI is my principal residence, but I don't have any special consideration. Commissioner Backrack, my house and 2 other properties I own are zoned R1, but are built out, so there is no conflict. And while not joining us today, Commissioner Bortolazzo noted that OTAC has worked on code modeling prototypes for the Better Housing by Design project. He worked on that project as OTAC's project manager. I believe that covers the disclosures, and we are ready to get started, Bill. Thank you for scrambling.
Sure. Good job with the previous items.
Your mic is not on, so as a reminder on that.
Thanks, Tom.
There you go.
I'm Bill Cunningham with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, project manager for our update to the multi-dwelling zoning code, which we're calling Better Housing by Design project. And Tom Armstrong, who's a management lead for the project, is here as well. And with that, I'm going to just head into this. This is our second work session, and the items we're focusing on today are about some of our East Portland standards as well as parking standards. And there are 5 specific topics we'll be going over today. One is about the proposed Eastern Portland deep rear setbacks, also Eastern Portland minimum site frontages. And for these groupings of topics, East Portland versus parking, we're going to have some background information batched together before each of these several topics, and then coming in with more detail as we tackle each specific project. So the parking topics, one, going over the proposal for reduced minimum parking requirements, but also looking at some of the accessible off-street parking issues related to that. And then a subtopic is, since part of the proposal is some exemption for parking for small sites, one topic is what's the appropriate site size for the small site threshold. And then once we have direction from you as to what we're doing with the multi-dwelling code, we wanted to have some discussion as to whether or not the multi-dwelling parking approaches should also be applied to the commercial mixed-use zones, which allow a similar scale of residential development. So those are the 5 topics, and just to remind you, we still have another work session on November 13th, and we'll be discussing some related topics, including the design of parking and visitability, as well as a range of building design topics. So, Eastern Portland standards. The main 2 topics we wanted to talk about, as I mentioned before, were the proposal for deeper rear setbacks and minimum street frontage requirements. I'm going to provide some overall background related to East Portland, and also I'll be inviting Denver Garda to share some information about what PBOT has proposed in conjunction with the zoning code proposals. Just to remind people, the Eastern Portland pattern area was identified during the comprehensive plan, and it's shown in orange here. There are areas that have a very different, larger block structure than the inner neighborhoods, much deeper blocks than the 200-foot deep blocks you have close in. Typically don't have a complete sidewalk system, and this includes not just areas east of 82nd, but parts of Cully and Brentwood-Darlington. As you are probably aware, well, this is an aerial showing an area near the 148th Avenue light rail station. And this little square apartment area in the mid left of the image is showing a project that's about the size of a downtown Portland block. So much larger blocks. This example is they're 600-foot blocks by 1,000 in length. And there's a lot of green associated with those blocks, but also a lack of street connectivity. We wanted to explore how we could promote development that actually forwards some of the strengths of East Portland, and that's what we'll be sharing with you today. It's worth mentioning, too, that over half of our stakeholder working group meetings were held in East Portland or the J District. We really wanted to have a focus in that area. And when we discussed with people what aspects of multifamily design did they want to see as part of development in East Portland, they highlighted things like the importance of common open areas, a lot of families with children there. People don't have backyards in those apartment situations, so opportunities for growing food is important. Space for trees is important. Landscape front setbacks, they saw a greener street edge as part of East Portland's character. And these are being addressed in some of the other code proposals we have as part of the Better Housing by Design package. There's one topic, though, that's somewhat unique to East Portland, which is this idea of keeping the centers of their large blocks greener and less built up. And this came about in some discussion, both about what are the characteristics of East Portland and also in looking at some examples from the rest of the world. On the left is an East Portland block. You can see in this example that there's a grove of Douglas firs. Douglas firs are often spanning multiple properties in those middle block areas. The image on the right is from abroad, and it's showing actually a much higher density situation, but with that density, there's also a fair amount of green. So there's people are intrigued by this idea of, can you get both density and keep the green elements? And are there lessons for East Portland that take advantage of the fact that their blocks are larger and less constrained than the inner neighborhoods? This is showing some infill development in the J District area, and it's showing the typical patterns that happened up to now, where infill development is built to the very rear of the lot. You can see what happens when both properties start doing that, a lot of back-to-back development. This is fairly typical too. A little more detail here. So you're getting a fairly moderate level of density, but losing any significant larger portion of green area to the blocks. So that was a bit of a challenge. Can we develop as these sites in the vicinity develop in a way other than what's happened up to now? And so we did look at various international examples. This is one, I think it's near Munich, showing a span of densities going from single family and duplexes to attached houses to apartments. But even with that gradient of additional density, keeping the pattern of the centers of blocks being fairly open. And this is not publicly owned land, so individual properties will often be fenced off, but if they're larger developments, it'll be a larger chunk of green. An example from New York City, a fairly famous development where over time they actually combined the yards to create a larger outdoor space. East Portland has a few examples of that. This is one near the 148th Avenue Light Rail Station where they wrap the perimeter of the block with buildings and a larger chunk of green in the center. But at any rate, this led to our proposal, which was to require rear setback equivalent to 25% of the depth of the site. And this would create a pretty substantial change to the way development happens in East Portland. The left image is showing what's typically built. Very commonly, they're closely spaced detached houses going to the very rear of the lot. You could do the same density with the same size units, but with the requirement for keeping the rear less built up, there would have to be more attached units. So we do have to be clear that it would change the way development happens in East Portland. But the idea being, rather than small bits and pieces of green space, you'd get larger chunks of green space. I might also mention that these sites, which are based in the J District, are smaller than would trigger the citywide proposal for large common areas. They're about 17,000 square foot sites. Nothing besides this proposal would push us to that outcome. Something to clarify in terms of the way the regulation is proposed is that while half of that rear setback area, it's not quite the scale here because it's just 25% of the depth, but half could be landscape, but the rest of the setback area could be a parking area or buildings with indoor common area. So it's not entirely a no-go area. And then there's actually a substantial exception for sites where they're providing larger, more centralized open space. If 10% of the site area elsewhere on the site is devoted to outdoor common area, as is required for larger sites, you would be exempt from the rear setback requirement. Also exceptions for if street connections are being provided and for corner sites so that the focus is on the development on the perimeters of the blocks. This sequence of images is showing first on the left what the current situation is, and then continuation of existing trends, development being built to the rear of the sites, and then what was the original proposal was keeping the middle of the block less built up. we did get quite a bit of concern from some community members who liked a lot of central courtyard arrangements. So we worked in the idea of providing an exception to the requirement if you are providing that large outdoor space elsewhere in the site. So in actuality, you might get something more like this rightmost image, where you have a mix of rear setback areas as well as central courtyards and then new street connections, such as they're illustrated here. We had a conversation with Fire Chief Myers about the current direction, and we felt that from a fire suppression or control perspective, that there are some benefits to moving to our proposal. It's typically easier to manage the fire if you have more buildings closer to the street, often hard to get to the rear of these deep rear sites, and to limit fire spreading from properties far away from the street to each other. There's a related topic here about our Eastern Portland narrow site situation. It's pretty common to have very narrow, deep sites. These examples are 60-foot wide sites by 300 feet deep. Some of the issues are a 20-foot driveway is required in most deep site situations for fire access, whether it's a narrow site or a wide site. So a narrow site, that 20-foot wide driveway is occupying a large portion of the site area. Not a lot of space for green elements or outdoor space, no space for street connections, little orientation to the public street. Our proposal was for sites that are more than 160 feet deep to require a minimum street frontage or site frontage of 90 feet. And that would take you from the existing situation on the left to having sites meet a minimum frontage requirement before development could occur. There are exceptions, though, if a development or site is flanked by already fairly fully developed sites, you would be exempt from the requirement, and you could also go through a plan development review if a developer so chose. This does highlight some issues. BDS had provided testimony raising concerns about the requirements for minimum site frontage, out of concerns about barriers that present to development. And a lot of this boils down to the fact that it's easier to acquire a single property and develop it once you get it versus to, say, acquire one property and wait till you can acquire an adjoining property to meet the minimum frontage. There's a bit of a trade-off there between can we get sites large enough to get street connection, but to what extent is it dampening the ease of doing development on small sites? The proposal we have in the proposed draft maps out the areas with that minimum street frontage requirements. As shown here, they correspond to areas around some of our East Portland centers, and they would only apply to multi-dwelling zone properties within these areas, so not necessarily the whole chunk, only those properties that have multi-dwelling zoning. One thing we're going to present to you when we put the options out there is this idea of a scaled back option that scales back the proposal just to the J District and Rosewood areas to a more limited area that corresponds to areas that PBOT had identified as needing new street connections. So this option would really be primarily just about getting those street connections. The broader proposal we have right now is not just about street connections, but also trying to get larger sites that allow for better site design. So a little bit of a choice there. One other aspect intended to be a little bit more of an allowance versus a restrictive regulation is one that would allow development allowances to be calculated prior to street dedication, so that if you are providing that street connection and providing that public good and contributing to the connectivity, you would not lose development potential. Currently, those standard driveways that are dead ends do not lose any development potential, but if you're providing a street connection, it's taken away from your allowances. And with that, I was going to invite Denver Igarda up for a moment just to provide you some sense for how this works with PBOT's proposals.
Good afternoon. I'm Denver Igarda. I am a supervising planner with the Portland Bureau of Transportation. And last time I was here, here with Bill. We were sharing about East Portland connectivity and some of the proposals that we have identified for Better Housing by Design, as well as the Connected Center street plan. We showed several images of similar to what Bill showed today, of driveways that are built that provide private access to the site but not any kind of public connectivity, and how important it is in these neighborhoods to be able to have connections so that it's a livable place for the people that will live there in the future. They can walk to transit to the destinations that are within short distance from home. And I'm gonna kind of continue on this theme of East Portland and the connections to highlight the analysis that we did do to show where we thought connections are needed most. And just a quick reminder that we do already have in place connectivity standards. 530 feet is the spacing standard between full street connections, and 330 feet is the spacing standard between ped and bike connections. So we have a tighter spacing standard for peds and bikes, but none of these connection spacing standards are generally met in the neighborhoods that we were focusing on in the Jade District and in Rosewood. And so just wanted to share a couple of quick brief slides to illustrate the analysis that we did and how we've started to think about where connections are most important, as well as where it might make sense for us to bring some incentives to make these connections possible. This slide is just showing that the majority of the blocks in the Jade District are not meeting the connectivity standard, and most of the ones in orange, are not meeting it north or south or east or west. We did a detailed analysis of connectivity down to the parcel level, and so for each parcel, we actually identified what we called the pedestrian route directness score, meaning how close the parcel is to all of its neighbors in relationship to the other parcels. And what you see in this slide is that the poorest scoring parcels are the ones in the darker maroon or orange. Yellow is showing as somewhat fair but not good, and blue being those parcels that have relatively good pedestrian directness. When we took those scores and we looked at what blocks would benefit most from a new street connection, we identified 11 blocks as connection opportunity areas where we felt we would have the greatest effect on improving connectivity for the neighborhood if we were to create a connection there and convert some of these yellow, orange, and maroon parcels into blue. So this shows you kind of where those connections are. And one of the questions we were asking ourselves is, since we've identified these connections and starting to prioritize them, can we bring some incentive to the table? And so what's in the draft proposal is to consider a transportation system development charge credit discount, essentially to those sites that are developed and right-of-ways provided to instead of providing a private driveway connection, actually provide public right-of-way that will end up becoming a public street connection. So in addition to that, we've also put into the proposal the idea of a transportation system development charge capital project, which would be a way for us to help subsidize those connections and provide some funding of our own. Just to kind of, again, tie in what the connection is to Better Housing by Design, calculating the development allowance prior to dedication, Bill just shared that, and the minimum frontage length are recommendations that are part of Better Housing by Design, so the decision will be made at the same time. The Connected Streets Plan process, which includes new connection options, the idea of an incentive through a TSDC credit and project, and some amendments to the walking and biking routes in the neighborhood. That proposal will be revised again at the same timeline as the Better Housing by Design. We'll share those changes with you and take your input to make those changes, and then that will go to council along with the Better Housing by Design proposal.
I have a quick question for Denver. On the calculation of development allowance prior to dedication, is that just for specific zones, or are you considering that everywhere?
Right now, that's being proposed as part of the multifamily zone.
Actually, it would be in, it apply to all zones. That particular aspect of calculating your development allowances prior to street dedication.
So it'd be consistently applied throughout the city.
Correct, except for land divisions. Land divisions have their own calculus for how they calculate the street dedication.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's no further questions for you, Denver, at the moment.
Thanks.
Oh, we lie. Just it was a trick.
Cut it off.
So the excuse me, the street connections, you had talked about walking and biking, but those are also transit connections, correct?
We have, these are new local street connections that would be built where there is currently no right-of-way. And so for the most part, those would become, if we get the dedication, if we get the street built by our policies, they're given an assignment of local street for all of our classifications. So not likely to be the transit streets, but they would provide important access to the transit streets. So in the J District, obviously Division and 82nd and Powell, those all have transit on them. So that they would be important ways for the neighbors that live there to have a shorter trip to reach their transit stop.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that the priority would be to connect some of those local streets to get to the transit.
Yeah.
Because of the improving transit system.
That's right. Yeah, no, that's certainly the priority. And I think what, again, the analysis we showed, we not only did this pedestrian route directness, we also looked at our network, so our transit network and destinations. And so that analysis was coupled with the system analysis. And so, yeah, in essence, those sites are given better access to not only transit, but also to the commercial destinations that are often on those busier arterial streets.
Okay. Yeah. And then question for Tom, is the SDC waiver then in the calculation of how well the bonus will work? Or if they get the SDC waiver, how well that would work in improving whether or not the uptake?
I'll have to get back to you on that. That's a Tyler Bump question in terms of the modeling as part of that. And I don't recall whether the SDC waiver is in that calculation.
It would be only in the areas that transportation's identified, though, correct?
No. Well, so this is specifically for the transportation SDC, whereas the waiver is for all of the SDCs, so the water and sewer and parks as well. So what I have to look at is, and those are only available at the 10% inclusion rate at 60% AMI. So, and I'm pretty sure that's what we're modeling so that they would be in there. Okay. But I will confirm that.
But this is different, correct? This is just for street dedication. So if they they get a SDC, I guess the question is, could they get a SDC, as I understand it, for street dedication without the inclusionary or any kind of affordable housing?
Right. This proposal is, and Denver can confirm this, but if you have a project, say it's even 19 units less than, but you're dedicating a street, then you will get some sort of SDC credit for that street dedication itself. If you're larger, if you're an inclusionary housing sized project, your SDCs will be lower. So, you don't get a double dip there. They are what they are, sort of situation.
That's
Is that right?
Yeah, you would get a credit, but it's dependent on what you're paying into or what your charge would be. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kitty.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about, I keep thinking about those lots that you just showed us, the gigantic lots that would have housing all around it and green space in between. And is there I haven't really seen this, which is there going to be a way or an incentive to have paths or a path, probably not a road, but some kind of a right of way, so that people can cross those areas. Because what you'll have is private owners, owning all these different parts of it, and then oftentimes those big blocks are they aren't very connected.
Yeah. No, I think those little connections are super important, like you're describing. I mean, to cut your trip in half to get to the bus or to the store makes a huge difference. Again, we have connectivity standards that also apply to pedestrian bike pathways, and so that's 330 feet, which is actually quite a close connection spacing, and so that's still in place. We would try to get as many of those as we possibly can. So
how does that work? I'm not a builder, so I don't know exactly. So when they submit their plans, then people would say, you need a bike path through there?
So yeah, essentially what would happen is they would look at what the distance is from the nearest parallel connection, and if it's exceeding the spacing standard, then they would look to see if there's a way to get a right-of-way dedication that could become a pathway connection.
Yeah. And would there be, though? I mean, would they be able to look at a way through those green spaces, or would it just basically be against the law? I'm sorry, I probably should know this already, but I have trying to wrap my mind about how it
works. If I'm following this bill, back to the image where you had all the rear setbacks that are creating potentially a common open space area. If you can't get your neighbors to play ball, I think you're out of luck.
That's what I was wondering.
It's still private property. So you'd have to go get your neighbors to participate in a connectivity exercise.
So it wouldn't matter if the standard was 300 feet or whatever. It would still be a matter of negotiating those things. And so they would have to do that, right? Rather than the city doing that? I mean, do you know what I'm saying? It's like, would there be a presumption of we should do this, or how would that work? It just have to be their altruism that would make that happen, or?
Typically, right-of-way is dedicated in conjunction with development.
Okay.
So if PBOT identifies an area that is needing a pedestrian bike connection, they would have they would be able to request that as part of development. But if there's a property that's just been laying there for decades and no change is proposed, there would not be typically a means for PBOT to acquire a connection unless it was purchasing a connection. But Denver could answer that more authoritatively.
No, that's true. And I think maybe part of the question you're asking is about these open green spaces that are private, and maybe they want to allow public access. And oftentimes that's done as like a public access easement across private property. And so those opportunities are also available when, a development occurs generally. Yeah.
Okay.
Eli, go ahead.
Eli, maybe you can help.
Well, it's a good question. I'm a developer and I don't know the answer either. Can you go back to the image with the different courtyard layouts? That's that one.
This one.
Okay, so I guess part of the question here is if the mid-block open area, the third one from the left, that represents one redevelopment scenario. I would, maybe the big question is, when some of these projects get redeveloped, how does PBOT decide which one to force through? I mean, to make as a condition of development. Say some of these properties are getting redeveloped over time, all of them, as currently constituted, that block violates the 330 distance requirement. Does the first one in suddenly have to put the road through, or does the second one in, or only if it's a certain width, or like how? If there is some potential vision that's shown in the fourth one of a road actually going through, is that a public road? I assume east to west through there.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So how does PBOT figure out which property is the one who's got to do the dedication to go through, or is that part of a master plan? I don't know. It feels a little bit haphazard, because it is triggered by development. That's the way it's done now, is that every one of these projects that comes in for development, someone has to make a decision. Do you dedicate, public right of way, a huge length of your property, or don't you? And PBOT's got to make that call as development comes in the door, not knowing whether it's ever going to get out the other side of that block. So I'm just trying to, if you have any idea, I mean, it would be nice if PBOT could say, yes, you will dedicate this area, provide some predictability to property owners of when it would happen, and have some incentive so that it doesn't just kill the project, so it never gets built in the first place. But then there's a question: what happens with the other half of it to ever get it through to the other street? And if you have some resources to purchase property or easement, then maybe you could complete the route. But I could see it being a challenge to actually achieve what's shown on the right side of this drawing. Because your only opportunity to complete the street connection is if you have 2 or sometimes more properties all doing development at the same time.
Yeah, so this quick answer to your question, it's if the site doesn't meet the street spacing standards, it's the first property that comes in that's required to dedicate space and provide the connection. And the idea is that over time, eventually that connection will be a through connection that will provide public access. A big part of what we're proposing in this plan, a couple things. One of the reasons why it's somewhat haphazard is often in the past that's only been required through land divisions because that's been the process that's triggered the dedication and connectivity. And so again, we're trying to apply this to specifically centers, areas that are the dense areas that will accommodate a lot of growth, as well as in conjunction with the base zone, so the multifamily zone. The proposal that we put together was a way of trying to share the burden of the right-of-way and the street improvement or path improvement across properties, so that it's, one, that it fits, and two, that it's feasible. In some ways, if there's a development that's going to be providing 20 feet of space for a driveway anyways, why not dedicate that space? You're not going to lose density. You're not going to lose your density, but you also will have eventually a public street connection once the other sites develop. So that's the idea.
This tendency to think about somebody living across on the other side, and they want to get to the bus stop, and they don't actually. They probably would use a street, but maybe there can't be a street. Is there been anything thought about in terms of bicycle or pathways? So is there a way for those kinds of things to be established? Because you wouldn't really, if you were going to the bus stop, you'd be walking, Mm-hmm. So
yeah, no, it's the same process.
Okay, it's the same process.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, as Bill was describing, this challenge is these smaller lot sizes, these narrow sites, and so sometimes it is just a matter of what kind of connection can we get.
Mm-hmm. And at least working in partnership with Denver in this, it seems like a key part of what PBOT's been looking at is how do we get narrower types of connections that make it easier to get connections through these situations. And what we've seen up to now is when each of these narrowish sites develops, each with its 20-foot wide asphalt driveway, you'll end up with situations with 2 properties right next to each other have a combined 40 feet of blacktop, of clear blacktop, and that's actually wider than our streets provide.
Mm-hmm.
So part of the idea is making it, for one, less painful to provide a street connection because you're not losing development potential by providing a public street connection, and two, coming up with standards that work in constrained site situations.
Right.
Including pedestrian connections as something that can happen.
And as I'm just going to belabor this just a little bit longer, so you'll be done with this project, and it will pass, or it'll go through this thing, and so who is watching for that sort of stuff as time goes on?
I think that's one of the most important aspects of us working together with the rezoning project is that we want to make this part of the process as it exists currently, so that we're capturing more of these opportunities. And so, yeah, so it would occur through the general permitting process. So.
Okay.
I think the next item is
I
a
ask a
decision.
question?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, just to make sure I'm tracking this. So we're talking about the distinction between a private street and a public street and trying to incentivize having that be a public street to the road that you're accessing the units by doing this SDC waiver.
That's
okay. Now we're also looking at a picture that shows access through that common area in the rear. Okay.
There's a white line
There's a
that
white-
almost implies access, but are you implying
That's
the property line?
That's the lot
That's a
line.
property line? Okay, because I was trying to understand if what we were hearing was that you were going to require people to potentially dedicate some sort of access through the rear, and I wanted to know if there was some sort of Dolan taking individualized
No,
thing.
that's
But
not-
that's just property line, it's not access. Thank
The
you.
person who did our graphic, actually, he created a little connection-y thing here, which suggested the idea of, and maybe in some cases, there's a pedestrian connection through that area. But it's not intended to be a formal, this is exactly how it happened kind of thing. But the idea that the connections through these areas could be possible that provide public access.
So, my quick question, hopefully, it's not going to be quick, but if you're looking at the continuation of current trends diagram, and I don't know if you took an actual block as an example to draw that diagram, but if you did, there's not one of those access streets really that line up well with the development on the opposite side of the block, which has me concerned that you're going to very rarely get to the condition on the far right, which is the diagram with the yellow box on it, where the street actually connects and go through, unless we aren't somehow deliberate about it. Because the property is only going to be controlled through half that block on one side or the other, more often than not.
So you're saying that if the property that's to the back
here
of the lot, yeah, show me.
Like
Doesn't really line up necessarily. I mean, we don't have these great connections, right? To just automatic, and if I only control this piece of property, I can get you this half, but I can't get you that half because I don't control it. So how often are we really going to see where you can control both sides of the block and get the street to go through?
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
No, I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a long-term prospect, and it is. Unfortunately, we're left with the situation of having to accomplish connectivity through the infill scenario that we have. We can't just, start with a greenfield and create the connections. And so in this case, I think what we're able to do, there are places, so if we are able to have even an offset, there is the possibility in that case that we could get some right-of-way on the rear of the lot. These are, again, very narrow, very deep lots, and this is part of why we're proposing that setback. But in that case, we could provide, even just a 10-foot dedication on the back, or maybe 20 feet, and have enough space to do a short jog. And if you look at, there are some blocks actually in Rosewood where that was the practice in the past, where you could get some a short bit of right-of-way that you could create that jog, and those connections have occurred. And so I think with the lines not lining up exactly, there's still a way for us to get a connection through that, that would eventually provide through vehicle access. I think, again, it is a long-term prospect because it requires each of those lots to develop. But in the meantime, if you have, one connection on the front and back, and even if it's not providing a motor vehicle connection, there is the prospect we can provide a pedestrian connection through, which hopefully could occur in the near term. So that's part of our desire.
It seems haphazard, unfortunate, and way too long, in my opinion.
Yeah.
and not deliberate in one iota sense of the word. So I guess what I'm kind of curious about is why wouldn't, and I see Bill, why wouldn't there be a long-term plan to say the desire is to have a street here at some point in time when redevelopment occurs, and this is where it's going to go, versus just seeing if we can't figure out how to get streets to jig-jag through these big blocks at some point in time in the future.
We've done this, and I guess the prime example is the Gateway Master Street Plan, where we actually put the lines on the map. This is part of the practice that we've had in the past. Within Gateway, as you can imagine, there's a number of new street and pathway connections that were identified directly on property lots, properties, specific parcels. Because developers have avoided those lots, we've seen in the course of 20 years only one connection made over that time period. And so it's, it also has its shortcomings. So our hope is that we're able to realize some dedication of right-of-way. We're able to see some connection. Hopefully that occurs to provide access for pedestrians earlier rather than later.
Fair enough. I can't tell you I'm sold. But are there, okay, Eli, is there any, oh, Mike, you haven't had a chance to speak yet, and then Eli, and then we probably should roll into your next point, Bill.
Well, particularly if we're looking at pedestrian bicycle access, connectivity. I mean, every trail in the region that I'm familiar with has been opportunistic to a very large extent. So that's kind of what we're left with. But there have been a lot of great connections made across the region by folks going out and just taking advantage of those opportunities.
There's also a master plan for trail connections that are also encouraging how those connections could occur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But where they actually occur is very much opportunity driven.
Fair. Eli?
Well, I'm with Kat on this point, and I'm looking at, if you have if the line were shown through here, and all these property owners knew they were going to have to dedicate a right-of-way, which I think would be like bike ped width to be realistic, then that might suppress development on those sites because they would avoid the site. But as it is today, all of those sites that are more than 300 feet from either end of this, the first one in would trigger development, so it suppresses development on all of the sites. I mean, is that your experience? That it seems like if any property here is more than 330 feet from the end, then PBOT would do a condition of approval to dedicate right-of-way, and that would make someone avoid that site. Is this, I guess I'm curious whether, I know people avoid building sites when right-of-way is going to be dedicated, but in some ways maybe it's better just to say it's going to be this one, and maybe the city starts building up money in some fund from TSDCs paid on all the other sites until they can actually buy it. Mm-hmm. But if it's going to apply to the first one in, then it would, no one wants to be the first one in that situation.
And that's the current situation. Right. So what we're trying to do is to make it more feasible more often by providing for kind of narrower options, by providing for scenarios which with these lots dimensions we can actually see connections realized. So yeah, it's the reality of the way it already is. That's our standard currently. Yeah.
Okay.
So I would just add, so there's three elements here coming together. One is the counting the FAR before the dedication, so not as painful. And two, your second item that we want to talk about here is what is that minimum frontage, so that there is wider sites that share that 20-foot driveway or have room to provide that connection. And then the third one is sort of on the transportation side, them being more deliberate and offering these narrower options as a way of building that wider right-of-way over time, but at least starting off with this 10 or 12 foot wide pedestrian connection. And yeah, it's incremental and you bank those over time. But we're, I guess, incremental improvement over what we're getting today.
Okay. So first item you wanted to have us work through, Bill.
I'm going to return kind of to a decision point thing. And the first up was going to be the idea of whether we should be requiring those deep rear setbacks, trying to keep the centers of the blocks less built up, but with exceptions for things like centralized open space. And then there'll be a second decision about the minimum street frontage requirements, so just so you know how we're doing this. So this is the one about the deep rear setbacks in East Portland. One is to support the staff proposal, so requiring that deep rear setback with the exceptions, or perhaps to drop the proposal. Maybe there are better ways of achieving this, or depending upon the large site common area requirement.
So I think we talked about this previously. The DOZA project had some diagrams, and you had mentioned that there were other ways to solve the problem than they did. But it's interesting because you had independent architects, 3 different groups, kind of looking at it. And so there's something about the language that's either confusing to people when they're interpreting it or not, as to why they solved that. So that's at one point that I think we have to get at and try to understand, because for those who aren't familiar, the resolution, in my opinion, failed, or the study of it failed, because what it ended up doing, you had a image, Bill. Well, I guess it's back to this image. If you could put it up, thank you. You ended up with a bunch of units facing a parking lot. And it was really unfortunate, instead of a bunch of units facing an open space. So you had more units facing parking lot than you had units facing green, which you had a lot of green in the back, but a fewer number of units taking advantage of the green. And I realized that your intent perhaps is to allow the provision for a central courtyard, but for some reason people didn't interpret it that way. So I don't know what's going on there, and I'll be honest, I didn't dive into it. So that's my concern with this proposal is not necessarily that it's in the setback or the rear setback, but it's to allow some flexibility to have it make the most sense for that development and to have more people get to take advantage or live up against green space.
Sure. Yeah, I did speak to Laura Lillard, project manager for DOZA, and they did a fairly simple interpretation of this proposal where nothing except open space goes into that back 25%. So when in reality, again, half of that setback could be parking or community building, and then you could do a central courtyard and be exempt from that deep rear setback. So that if you do a central courtyard, that's 10% of the site area, you would not have to do that rear setback. And it's worked in there because there was community interest both in keeping the middle blocks less built up, but a lot of interest in cultivating kind of central courtyards. The problem with some of these small sites is if we did get rid of this proposal as it is now, these sites are small enough so that they wouldn't trigger the common area requirement that we have proposed. So these smaller than 20,000 square foot sites would not push things to being a central open space. You would, unless there's some change requiring common area, you would be able to continue doing what's been done up to now.
So, Bill, I'm going to poke at it one more time because, like I said, the way I understand it, the new code was handed to 3 different sets of architects who all interpreted it and put yes, it was a very simple design, but that's how they interpreted it. And what I also suspect is there a limitation on the amount of parking you can have in the rear, and that they felt the only way they can meet the parking requirements was to put the parking in the middle? Is that a possibility?
Talking to Laura Lillard, her take was just nothing is supposed to go into the back area, and there wasn't an association of the idea that you could put a central courtyard in. So it was a somewhat simplified version of modeling. So it's really designed to be more flexible than what was modeled for that exercise. So these examples where you have a lot of affordable housing developments do have central courtyards. They could do that and not have to do any of the rear setback requirement. So there's a pretty major exception built in, ensuring that if someone is choosing to do a central courtyard, they could, but you could not do the building all the way to the rear of the site. Yeah, if you're going to do something other than the rear setback, you could as central outdoor space, but you couldn't do what you do now.
I think it speaks to the need for additional supplemental materials. Like BDS has a number of handouts explaining different requirements where we could work with them to put together a handout to show the different options and what the levels of creativity are available that go with sort of these East Portland standards.
Okay. Skeptical, but sure. I mean, I guess all my thing is if the code's that it shouldn't be that complicated.
I guess
that's okay. We don't have to do
it
it.
is, and to rely just on the DOZA modeling, which was a very simple modeling exercise and not an actual development project, I think is too simple of a judgment in what actually happens out there when.
I'll tell you, that's exactly how we start every project that we work on, is a very simple modeling project, just like they did in DOZA, and it's where you launch. So it has me concerned that we have architects who are interpreting it in the way that was interpreted. That all being said, we don't need to keep belaboring this. So are there other comments on that first issue? Go ahead, Eli.
On the similarly terrible examples of current development, would some of that be blocked by the other elements of the code requiring more landscape area? And even the one you just had on the screen there with all the row homes, townhomes going all the way back, I seem to remember there's other parts of Better Housing by Design that require decrease the lot coverage area and provide landscaped area that might be another thing already in the code elsewhere to prevent that kind of development.
We're actually not proposing anything that bumps up landscaping requirements or that decreases lot coverage. The only thing that's related to that is for large sites more than 20,000 square feet, there'd be a requirement for 10% of the site area to be a common area. So it triggers for larger sites. In that case, you do have to do some courtyard or other common area. But the existing landscaping standards and building coverage would apply the same way, and that closely set detached houses model would typically meet those kinds of standards. It's not terribly high building coverage, it's just not very efficiently arranged, and there's a fair amount of unbuilt space for grass.
And if I got this right, in the setback in the back, 50% of that can be parking, right?
Yes,
So-
and or community building. So you could have and another East Portland thing was interest in both outdoor space and indoor community space.
Which I love. But if someone's struggling to put all the parking on the site, I think you probably see more parking in the backyards than maybe shown in some of those drawings, because they probably max out the 50%, is my guess, if you're trying to put in a lot of parking.
Very well could be.
So do we have, we've been doing straw polls. Sorry, trying to remember. So are there any other questions? Are we ready to kind of take a straw poll on this? Okay, so let's start with option 1. How many people support staff's proposal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Teresa? Do you want to weigh in? What? Oh.
I don't support it.
Okay. So we had 8 in favor. Does that refresh my memory? Yeah? Yeah, okay. So that does go through. My 2 cents would be, I would like to work with you to review the language so that we can try to figure out how to avoid what I think in general it's a great idea. I'm concerned with what it was resulting in. So I'm happy to do that offline.
And thank you. We'd appreciate that. We'll look forward to that. The next item, and this.
I'm sorry, can I ask a quick question since we're
Sure.
moving off of this one? So you've got tenant support for the deep rear setbacks, but isn't that part of a package that says it's deep rear setbacks, or you have options? You can instead of 25%, you can do an internal courtyard. So it's really, the package is more than just deep setbacks.
Yes,
I think that's what you're
the
getting at.
exception is a key
Okay.
part of the package.
Just want to be clear. That makes sense to me.
And that was important to our conversations with the community development corporations. Their biggest concern was, well, it works really well to have centralized courtyards for their projects, and so we reworked it so that it would be possible. Correct. The next topic is about the minimum site frontage requirements in certain areas in East Portland. And I'm going to give a little more detail about this, but the basic options as we see it is to support the staff proposal for these 4 larger areas where we would have minimum frontage requirements, or to scale back the proposal to more narrowly mapped areas. And this is showing those areas, the staff proposal, and then the scaled back proposal more tightly mapped to where PBOT has identified the need for connections. Just some stats here is that this option 1, the staff proposal, well, first, what you're seeing in this map are mapping showing in the red or the dark color narrow sites that are less than 90 feet wide and more than 160 feet deep, and the areas where the requirement would apply. So you could see, especially in Division Midway, it would not apply to the majority of properties. It's a minority of very narrow, deep sites, somewhat higher proportions in the Jade and Rosewood areas. But in option 1, the staff proposal, there would be 443 lots that do not currently meet the minimum frontage requirement. It's a lesser number with a scaled back option, and the scaled back option, I'm sorry, you can't see it very well here, but it's the little blue squared areas. It's 147 lots. So there'd be a differing magnitude of numbers of properties that would be affected by this requirement. But the intent in the staff proposal is both to support opportunities for better site design by having less narrow sites, wider sites, as well as getting street connections. The scaled back proposal would be much more closely tied to just getting additional street connections. This does relate to some comp plan policies that call for combining larger or small sites in East Portland to create opportunities for better site design and street connections. So there's definitely a policy approach, but there are trade-offs. As again, I mentioned before, it typically is harder to acquire a pair of sites versus just developing one existing narrow site. So some trade-offs there. And BDS raised concerns about the equity of making it tougher in East Portland, but we also have equity issues about getting these centers or getting more density being places that are easy to access places and where you have good street connectivity. So some trade-offs. But with that, I'll leave it to your questions or discussion about this.
Chris?
What do we know about the ownership patterns for these kind of lots? Do we know if they're primarily, small family holdings, or they're corporate holdings, or who owns these things, and what are their capabilities?
When I've looked at some of the property ownership things, it varies according to what's on the property. In many cases, the underutilized sites have a single house with a very deep backyard, and that's just a typical home ownership type situation. It varies once the thing's developed. Then you have property owners with property managers, and I could not say for sure what's the scale of development or how many projects developers who do development here are. But typically the developers are people who are familiar with more single-family duplex type development. It's not your large development corporations coming in and developing these individual small lots.
Okay. Thank you.
Jeff?
Bill, can you remind what's the current frontage requirement and what's this proposed to take it to?
There's no minimum frontage requirement for an existing lot. Okay. So it could be a 60 by 300 foot deep site, and you could develop it. So this is an entirely new proposal where it would say for these deep sites that are more than 160 feet deep in these areas, you need 90 feet of frontage before you could develop. And that would be an entirely new provision because all those narrow, deep existing sites could currently be developed, and this would change that. Only exceptions being you could do a plan development as more of an assessment of a specific proposal. And again, if you're flanked by already developed sites, you're exempt as well.
Okay. So, and this applies to 447 lots under your proposal?
Yes.
And that's 447 that are not flanked by developed sites?
There wasn't a clear analysis. All that did was to identify how many sites are narrower than 90 feet, deeper than 160 feet. I don't have the numbers here now. We did some buildable lands inventory thing, and it's a subset of that that's actually underutilized. So some of these are already developed, probably not in play. But
so does your exception apply to the neighboring site that's one house on a large lot? Is that a developed site?
No, if the adjacent properties are built to minimum densities, then you're exempt from having to be combined.
And these would be in zones beyond, oh yeah, because we're in mixed use. I mean, we're in multifamily zones here, right?
I think you're exempt too if you're flanked by other zones. So it's basically you're exempt if you're adjacent to other zones or some combination between that and already developed multi-dwelling sites.
Right. So these are 447 multifamily sites?
Yes.
Okay. And the idea being this is one tool to encourage some lot consolidation so we can begin to get out of the narrow, the continuation of the current pattern. So this is a tool you guys have come up with to say, well, let's take 447 really deep narrow lots and try to encourage some consolidation. Is that sort of a fair policy read on what
very much so. It is intended to really combine small narrow sites into larger, better configured sites.
So in looking at the prior discussion where we saw the continued development pattern, I think everyone was kind of wincing. How are we ever going to get to the nice whole area development pattern? Have you looked at other tools besides this sort of encouraged forced consolidation of 447 narrow lots? Are there any other tools that would get us closer to, I think, what everyone saw as the more desirable kind of development? Because you showed us big blocks that had, like, I counted 30 individual lots.
Right.
And so I assume every one of those 30 is not going to want to cooperate in, oh yeah, I'll be the guy that gets the pedestrian connection so my other 28 lots can all develop and take advantage of me. So are there other tools besides this one that you've thought about?
We certainly thought of things that we had, again, partnered with PBOT, and they had commissioned a study to look at what other cities are doing. How are they getting from almost semi-rural platting patterns to an urban transit-oriented future? And they couldn't find many examples or any that really worked well. What was more common in these situations is that they would keep, say, low-density zoning in these large blocks and comp plan them to higher density. And if a proposal could come in with the street connections that are intended for urban development, then that it could rezone to higher density. Portland did the higher density thing first, so they already have the higher density multi-dwelling, so there wasn't that leverage point of put the street connections in or come up with a plan and then you get to upzone.
So we already let the horse out of the barn on this one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough challenge. These platting patterns, it's not how you would design a transit-oriented community from the get-go.
Any other questions, Andre?
So a lot of this was county before it became city way back in the day, and the patterns were based on the county kind of transitioning out of farmland to small, city parcels, and so I get concerned for two reasons. One, the force of the larger lots in trying to force them together, because the sense I have is these are not big developers going to rush out and try to assemble a bunch of lots together to make this happen. This is going to be smaller developers that are coming out to get 1-2 lots, and that's the sense that I get. There's also just a number of challenges out here relative to when you get space for street connections, especially on the unimproved streets, of stormwater and a number of things having worked out there. So I like the scale back proposal, and the reason I like it is because it gives you an opportunity to look at probably the better areas of where there might be an opportunity. The others, it seems to me, you're just kind of pushing a lot on residents in these small lots, and I think we're pushing a lot on East Portland, and I get concerned that I don't know that we're going to get that big of a benefit from the connections in the number of lots that we're for many of the reasons that have been brought up, that you can't get, if you can get the two perfect lots that are together, probably, but you've got to get, if you buy one, you got to convince someone on either side of you to sell. And this is probably the most independent part of Portland in terms of homeowners. So I'm kind of for number 2.
So, Bill, I have to say, personally, I'm inclined to support it because I do think that getting better site design in this area is really important. Trying to encourage a different development pattern than is happening today. I agree with Andre, though. I'm personally struggling a little bit with understanding how effective this is, and part of it is because we're so zoomed out, right? And if you go back to your slide, which was kind of showing the orange dots, I guess I'm still I'm struggling a little bit visualizing the effectiveness of it. So if you remind me, the orange dots are the locations
The narrow, deep sites.
that actually would be required to meet the standard that we're
Correct.
talking about. So I guess I hate to almost say it, is maybe it's somewhere in between the two proposals. And like, if we really looked at this really becomes effective, if we understand how many of these narrow, do we get enough of them put together and they have the opportunities to be consolidated to really make a good, change, an effective change, then it's much easier for me to kind of support it because I think the end goal is worth it. But if it's just a random little one here and a random little one there, and it doesn't really then provide much opportunity for redevelopment and change, I hate to put the onus on that lot. So that's where I'm struggling a little bit. I like the concept. I just don't know that I have enough information. Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, I just want to put in the word for the wider lots because if you drive through those areas, there'll be just these, very narrow. I mean, they just basically pack it on there. There's no room for any green or anything, and then you just get a whole bunch of them in a row, and it doesn't really make for a neighborhood,
right?
So, I mean, I understand that. Your objections are well stated, but that's, I think, why I would go for it.
Eli?
I think I'm agreeing with Katie and Kat on this. And I supported an experiment area, but the thing I would love to hear, I get you guys are in a pickle. What do you do with this situation? And you're trying hard to come up with some creative approaches with discrete land ownership. It seems like the only solution I can see that really would work is something that property owners would want to participate in. Enough of an incentive, and I get that we've already zoned the area multi-dwelling, but whether it's an FAR bonus or cash from the SDCs, transportation SDCs paid by other homes around the property, like what inducement would it take so that everybody in the middle of that block wants to be part of the connection through, and the first one in there gets it. And part of that's reducing the cost of that connection by making it a narrower right-of-way and a less expensive improvement. So just like, really simple profile bike ped. And the other is something you can dangle in front of property owners and say, like, how much would you have to dangle to get people, if you have dangle enough so that most people want to do it, then, and maybe it's, that's where I guess, obviously you don't have something in your back pocket you can do that with right now. The transportation SDC is sort of a step in that direction. But I would be interested to see if because if they came up with something you could give them, density bonus, cash, whatever it is, then you would have to struggle with all this stuff because the mark would actually create the connectivity through there. Anything short of that, you're just trying to hope. I mean, it's a hope strategy, and these zoning tools might help a little bit around the edges, but I don't think they'll get much done.
Well, I have a suggestion. Maybe it takes a clever developer, Eli, to go out with a master plan and sit in 30 kitchens and explain to each homeowner the benefit of like signing on. And
in your spare time.
And the clever developer will figure out avoid those areas because it's too hard to do stuff. I mean, right?
Right. It's too hard for staff to come up with a brainstorm on this one.
So we have two options on the table at the moment, and perhaps I threw out a third. And one is supporting staff proposal as is. Option 2 was scaling back the proposal as shown in the diagram here. And I guess I was perhaps, and you can push back my bill and say, yeah, Kat, that's just, there doesn't make sense to have a middle ground. We already looked at it. But a middle ground that gets us a little bit more area that really starts to make a more change than we're seeing in a scaled back proposal. But we feel confident has the legs to actually make good change. And maybe you feel that's number one, and that's fine. You can tell me that.
I should mention that when staff is discussing the options, we had considered whether or not there could be more of a pilot project approach where maybe the broader geographies would apply, but starting out with the two areas that have the greater concentration of narrow sites. So that would be the J District area and Rosewood. Division Midway has had a street plan and it definitely has connectivity needs, but the narrow sites are a bit more scattered. Same thing with the 122nd Burnside area. So that was one we considered, but we went back to the original proposal thinking that it was important to address some of the site design things broadly and where these narrow sites exist.
So can I maybe be more pointed in how I'm asking my question? I'm going to have to point to the screen. That looks to me like a single lot in an island. And maybe it's, again, I'm having a hard time understanding scale. But if that's the case, and the lots on either side of it have recently been developed.
But they would be exempt from, under these rules, they would be, there were exceptions for those cases. And what the orange outlines don't show is we haven't filtered through and looked, oh, these are all have adjacent development. We're never going to get it. They're going to be exempt. So we haven't screened this for which ones qualify for the exemptions.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay. Andre?
That has triggered a thought. Is it, instead of putting the outlines, can you say this only works for design if you have at least a lot adjacent to you or to the back of you that give you the design option? Because if there's no lot there, or it's already pre-developed, this option doesn't work anyway. And so can we just say in language and take out, just draw a big circle and say, if there's not a lot adjacent to you, and it doesn't matter, you develop your lot. If you can get the other guy to develop, great. If not, you're in the same boat that you were before.
I think that's what you were telling me. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's more of an analysis of those 443 lots. How many of them qualify for an exemption under the way we've set these rules up today? And it's something that's already written into the code. It's just, well, what is the effective, is it 50% of those lots? Is it 3/4 of those lots? How many are really going to result in a better design with a stronger connection? And we can do that analysis and bring it back as part of the final decision.
Because it seems to me if you identify who really has, out of 443, who really has potential, I'm supportive of the potential because I do like the goal. It's just, we're going to put people in the position of there's no lot next to me, right, or whatever. And Let's be.
We have that, but that I guess that's what we're saying is that the code exemptions is that safety valve. That when you go in and you show BDS, hey, I've got an apartment building on one side and an apartment building on the other. I have no option to acquire to get to that minimum frontage, and they say, oh yeah, you qualify. Go ahead.
Well, I'm
Great place for that street to happen.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, no, I mean, I'm thinking turning it around to say I walk in and I have my lot, and BDS says if you can get the other lot, you get a design options here. So go give them an incentive to go and get the other lot, to talk to the other property owner.
That's what this would do, would it not?
Well,
no, it is the flip. I mean, I'm not sure what the incentive would be.
Well, you're going to either put them in the straight line, or you can build a better design, right? If you can get 120 feet versus 60 feet, or 90 feet versus 60.
We'll think about what incentives we could provide to encourage the consolidation as opposed to requiring it.
Yeah, most of these areas aren't in design overlays, so there aren't a lot of very strong design-related things for which a larger site would make it easier to get through the system. But we could think about incentives.
So I think just to keep us moving, what I'd like to do is start with the straw poll and just go ahead and put on number 1, support staff's proposal, but we're looking for some follow-up information that kind of gets a little bit more detailed for our decision-making process. So for those in favor of staff's proposal with additional follow-up, please raise your hand. And it looks like, with the exception of Daisy, who has stepped out, that is unanimous. And Teresa. Do you have a vote, a straw poll there, Teresa? Teresa. If she's streaming, if she's delayed, which is why I was hesitating. Not hearing. Well, we have enough. We have a majority. So let's just go ahead and move on.
All right, moving on to the parking ratios topics. There are 3 of them, and they're interrelated. The first one up is going to be related to our proposals to reduce the minimum parking requirements and some of the accessible parking issues related to that. And then once there's a decision as to whether to move forward with that, discussion point as to whether the small site threshold we have should be adjusted. And then third, once you know what you want to do in the multi-dwelling zones, some discussion as to whether there should be consistency between the multi-dwelling zone proposals for parking and the commercial zones. Some just background pieces, just reminding you of what was proposed. One of the currently, if you're not close to frequent transit, there's parking required at a 1 space for each unit ratio, and the proposals include 2 major ones. One is for small sites up to 7,500 square feet, not requiring any parking for up to 30 units. It's an existing regulation that applies in the mixed-use zones. And then for larger sites, larger than that in size, reducing the required parking ratio from 1 space for each unit to 1 space for every 2 units. And reasons for this include, for small sites, it tends to be pretty difficult and costly to fit multiple parking spaces on a small site for multiple units. It pushes you into doing structured parking or squeezing your building into a little small portion of the site and for surface parking. And then issue with the large sites, even there, given that structured parking can cost anywhere from $25,000 to $45,000 a space, and many parts of the city, surface parking is the way it's done, and even just meeting minimum parking ratios leaves little room for anything else in the site. So that's related to reducing that minimum parking ratio. And just to clarify the change where we are currently, we're not proposing any change to the allowances for no or low parking close to frequent transit. So the changes are to the small site allowance for no or low amounts of parking, but that's taking an existing regulation that applies in the mixed-use zones, and then larger sites switching to a 1 space for every 2 units ratio. And one thing I wanted to clarify is this project wasn't really intended to break entirely new ground with parking regulations. The general idea is taking existing regulations we have and deciding where it makes sense to provide that same provision in the multi-dwelling zones. To clarify the focus of these code amendments, as I mentioned, we're not proposing any changes to areas already close to frequent transit where no parking is required for projects up to 30 units. And those are shown here in yellow. Those are either frequent transit areas or planned districts that don't require parking. And 75% of the multi-dwelling zone land is within that frequent transit area. And it's an additional 25% of the land that's outside of that area. But quite a few properties, over 6,000 properties, are outside the frequent transit area. And that includes places like areas even in the Northwest District that are west of 23rd, J District areas, areas around Lentz and Park Rose. This just zooms in, showing some of those areas that are just outside of the frequent transit locations. Typically, they're not right on the corridors, but they're usually fairly close to our centers. This is showing in the darkest blue small sites that are up to 7,500 square feet. It's 76% of the properties in that area. And we'll get into more discussion about these different colors of blue. But the darkest blue here is showing the small 7,500 square foot sites that would be affected by the small site no parking allowance. One thing to clarify, it's been a constant point of discussion, is we've certainly heard in East Portland the need for off-street parking, and we need to accommodate that. People aren't close to a bunch of services. One thing we want to clarify is that the proposals to reduce minimum parking requirements still allows developers to choose to provide parking. These are showing areas near 148th Avenue Light Rail Station where currently no off-street parking is required at all, but almost all the new development there has provided off-street parking. So it's it would not be mandated, and it's not mandated currently in these locations, but provides flexibility for a range of options. A related topic is, while we don't require a lot of parking close to transit, we have a proposal that in those same frequent transit areas that there be a transportation and parking demand management approach required for buildings with 10 or more units. That include multimodal financial incentives that developers that have to provide that would go to residents. It's $1,100 for market rate units. Currently, there's an exception for affordable units that'll last through June 2020, and then it'd go to a lower rate. And then property owners would need to participate in other approaches to encourage non-single occupancy vehicle ways of getting around. So that's intended, we're not going to require parking, but we want to encourage getting around by other means than cars. So as I wanted to bring up some of the options related to the staff proposal. So staff proposal is reduce parking requirements for small sites, reduce the ratios going to one space for every 2 units for larger sites. But another option we wanted to have some discussion about, or we know commissioners would, is should we really allow projects to happen without any off-street parking? What about the needs of people with disabilities and accessible parking? And another option, and this reflects some testimony concerned about the parking impacts of not requiring parking, at least the impacts on on-street parking, could be to do no change from current and continue requiring one space for each unit. Just to clarify, the accessible parking requirements, it's administered in conjunction with the building code. Commercial code buildings with 4 or more units must have at least 1 accessible parking space. This is only required when off-street parking is provided. So if you have a building that would otherwise trigger an accessible off-street parking space requirement, it is not required if a proposal is not including any parking. Some things to bear in mind is accessible parking spaces, their requirement, they have to be a minimum width of 9 feet and then an 8-foot aisle. So 17 feet total. It would definitely help respond to testimony. You heard testimony, people saying, well, many people with disabilities have specialized vans that are important for wheelchairs. So I felt it was important to guarantee an off-street parking space for people with accessibility issues. It does take up site area, 17 feet of width. Would, in some of the PCRI models that they shared with us, is the width of a unit, of a townhouse type unit. So potentially getting an off-street parking space could reduce the amount of small site units. One thing to bear in mind too is property owners can request that an on-street parking space be reserved for people with disabled parking placards. So that would be curbside parking. It would not be reserved for a particular individual, but reserved for people with a disabilities placard. So with the concern being about providing off-street accessible parking spaces, one approach to addressing this would be to require a minimum of one off-street parking space for multi-dwelling structures, and that would trigger the building code requirement that that one space be an accessible space. If you were to pursue this approach, we would want to make sure you're clear as to where this requirement would apply. Would it apply to anywhere where currently we don't require parking close to transit, so there would not be a zero parking option, you need at least one? Or would there be an exception for small sites? Or would it only apply outside the frequent transit buffers, in which case it'd probably only apply to small sites because larger sites have to provide some parking? So some choices there. A thing to bear in mind too, even to get one parking space off street, there's a minimum width for the driveway of 10 feet plus 2 3-foot wings for the driveway, so a 16-foot curb cut. It's a little bit of a trade-off there, so you're basically losing an on-street parking space to get a driveway to provide the accessible parking space on site. So with that, just wanted to highlight again, yellow is showing what is within the frequent transit buffer. So a question there, if you do want to require the off-street parking space, is it going to be all those areas plus the additional small site areas we're proposing outside of those areas or not? And generally, as we saw it, three basic options are the staff proposal, no parking for small sites, and reducing the parking ratio to 1 space per 2 units on larger sites, or in all cases requiring at least 1 parking space on multi-dwelling sites, and if so, where? And third is not reducing the minimum parking requirement, so outside of the frequent transit buffers, continuing to require 1 space per unit.
That was a lot to take in, Bill. So, look like Chris, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Sure. So I think it will surprise no one when I reiterate my position that, you know, I think we should have all the parking the market is willing to pay for and no more. So, you know, if it were up to me, I'd reduce all of these to 0. But given that that's not likely to happen today, I do support both the small site requirement or small site exemption and modifying the 1-for-1 ratio to 1-for-1/2. I want to speak to the accessibility issue in particular because I know Commissioner Oswell raised that. So today in mixed-use zones along transit, you know, we don't trigger any parking until 30 units, right? So none of those have the requirement to have 1 space for accessible purposes. We basically use the PBOT program to have an accessible space on the street if you need it, right? A placarded space. I don't see why that solution will not work for these zones equally well. So, you know, the trade-off of basically losing an on-street space to create an off-street space just adds expense without providing significant accessibility. So while I think the question was well-intentioned, I think the current programs in place are sufficient to support the need. Thanks. And I would support the increase to the, maybe we're not there yet, but I'll support the increase to the small site exemption to 10,000 feet as PCRI asked for. You know, affordable housing developers told us it would help them. I'm inclined to give them all the help we can.
Michelle.
So I'm going to run through some questions and then we can go back through them one at a time, if that makes more sense. So the first question I had is, can you give me an idea of the range of units we're talking with the different zones on a 7,500 square foot lot? You know, how many apartments or condos might we see there? Second, so the place I'm familiar with this is Annapolis in terms of very little on-street parking, but a lot of off-street parking, but a lot of density. And maybe it's because there's a lot of retired military there, but the placards there has your disabled permit number on it. So I'm just curious, is it a city choice that it's not tied to a specific person's need that is in the area? Thoughts on how this relates to the discussion of requiring visitability? If we're making the units visitable, but you can't actually park when you get there, I'm curious about that. And then when we're talking about the TDM issues, where will encouraging the city to require parking permits for on the street come into it, if at all?
Let's see, make sure I get the different questions. I remember the last one about the permit parking program. Unrelated to this, PBOT's been working on residential permit parking programs, which, if I'm not mistaken, areas could request a program to institute a permit parking program. It's, again, no direct linkage to these proposals, but it is seen as an option. As part of the mixed use zones project, we had partnered with PBOT on street parking management, and part of the general city approach has been not requiring in all cases off-street parking, but focusing more on managing on-street parking demand. It's been leave it to the market for what happens on the private property, and refine our tools for on-street parking management. So I'm not sure if Maurizio Leclerc, who's here from PBOT, could answer any other questions, but that's what I understand. And could you please repeat your first two questions?
Sure. One of them was if we've got a 7,500 square foot lot, how many units, is it likely between 10 and 12 units, 10 and 5? In the different zones we're talking about, how many units? Just so I have an idea of a site. On these other sites we've said 30.
Sure.
So
it really depends. A lot of projects avoid having to go through the commercial code by doing townhouse type development or duplex development. And so it's pretty common to get anywhere from 2 to 5 units by doing duplex or townhouse type development, less expensive construction. But especially the only zone right now where you can get more than 5 units on a lot is the RH zone. And that only applies to 10% of our multi-dwelling zoning. So we don't have much of a track record in how often you're going to see many more than 5 units on a site. Until recently, a pretty common configuration was 6 units in an RH zone small lot. But it's beginning to change. We're beginning to see more units. But up to now, 2 to 5 has been fairly common in the multi-dwelling zones. PCRI has a goal to create family housing, and they have a model that is 4 or 5 units on a 5,000 square foot lot.
Okay. And so I think the other questions were on the visitability issue and how that sort of plays with this. And I'm not sure you answered in terms of the decision. Is the city making a decision, or is this an Oregon-specific thing that it's just a general handicap space on the street as opposed to a sign?
We haven't had any discussion as to when is it that the building code should require something, or the zoning code, or PBOT's discussions. We've just been going on the way the building code currently works, so only requiring the accessible off-street parking space when off-street parking is being provided, and then PBOT providing an option upon request for a disabilities or a disabled parking space to be reserved on curb. And I don't think I've any sense as to Portland's policies about whether on-street parking could be reserved for particular individuals. I just know that we currently don't reserve on-street parking for individuals, just for disability parking spaces.
Yeah, we can follow up with PBOT and get that information. My guess is, given just the relatively low number of placards or reserved spots that you see in the neighborhood, is that the demand isn't there yet for these spaces, and so you don't have a lot of competition for them. So the one space probably
Yeah.
the one undesignated space probably works. It's hard to say going forward as with an aging population, more people qualifying, more competition for those spaces, whether you would go to it. I think it cuts a little bit against it's public right of way. It's available for everybody. It's not your private parking space in front of your home.
Yeah, I can think of a condo building in the Pearl that was built at 1-to-1, off-street parking in the garage. Still has 2 disabled placard spaces out front.
Yeah.
Okay. Any additional questions, comments, Andre?
So to follow up on the visibility question, so if we're encouraging that, how does that work with the accessible parking? I mean, I'm just there seems to be a disconnect in my mind.
There could be, but as Bill's diagram and the sort of the basic question is, if you require one accessible space, it takes up a lot of site area, and this diagram is without even considering the driveway that's required to access the space and the curb cut. And so if you're going to all this trouble and taking up all the site area to provide one accessible space, why not just have the curbside placard as being available, because that is basically your driveway anyway. So that's the trade-off. But and that this really only applies once you get the bigger buildings and you have the commercial code development, they have to meet these standards anyway. So if we're requiring visibility for bigger projects, they're going to trigger these requirements. If they provide off-street parking, they'll have to provide it.
But under 30 units for the small lots, I mean, it seems to me you're in this little zone where I'm not worried about the over 30, the larger lots. It's just this smaller lot that is the question. And whether you're talking, if you're only talking 5 or 6 units, or 2 to 5 units, it seems to me, where's the issue here in terms of space?
Well, let me ask the question from the other side. It's, what is the barrier to curbside parking being used as visible parking?
It requires a request, and it does need to have the property owner requesting it. So a little bit of a barrier there. There are definitely trade-offs for these small sites. We had code modeling done of what it takes, especially if the site is raised a little bit from sidewalk level, and the ramp to access that takes up. It would definitely be more of an East Portland situation.
Yeah, that's.
It would, of course, not requiring parking in those situations. It would make it easier to avoid having to do things like those driveways on those narrow sites. It would definitely expand the extent to which this regulation would be applicable to properties. Again, currently it applies to 75 or about 76% of multi-dwelling zone properties. You'd add another 9% to that if you included properties up to 10,000 square feet. So it would provide more flexibility for more sites. But on the other hand, if you're concerned about things like parking impacts, it would mean that a lot more projects, or a greater number of projects, would not have to provide any off-street parking.
Well, I'm concerned about the idea that we were trying to get more space and get the connectivity. So it seems that I don't know if we're shooting ourselves in the foot or not, but when you get to 10,000 square feet on a 60-foot lot, and some of those,
I don't know
if there's an overlay there.
So in terms of the PBOT right-of-way dedication, that's a separate discussion. So you would have a situation where PBOT would require the dedication of a right-of-way on that 60-foot wide parcel, and that they would still qualify for reduced parking regulations. So it would be up, they could dedicate that right away, and they could still do the lower no parking or qualify there. So they sort of work independently of each other, but we're looking at, wanting that larger project, the 120-foot wide lot, and sort of, or the middle ground in those areas.
Because it seems to be, it really does not encourage them to buy that parcel next to them, because all of a sudden now you can just build it out and put a walkway between.
Right, and so that's where the difference between a requirement and an incentive, if this would be a disincentive to buying the lot next door, and you would want that requirement that says, hey, wait a minute, that's an underutilized lot next door, you're going to have to get that before you build out. You two better, if either one of you want to develop, you're going to have to come together and with some agreement.
Thanks.
Eli?
Well, I was motivated to suggest this threshold change after seeing a lot of Joe Weston apartments, L-shaped buildings around parking lots. Many of them are on 10,000 square foot lots, and thinking, I don't want to set up a code to encourage more of that kind of development. And so I think that I generally support number 3 here for that reason. And I hadn't thought through as much the 50 by 200 foot property depth scenario, more likely to happen in East County. But at that size, I think that it's not a great idea to have a little narrow little parking, the driveway going all the way to the back of the site. To put parking in the back is a lot of pavement. So I think I support it in that example too. I would probably say for the accessory structures and landscaping, so I think I'm fine with number 3 there, but at least for the accessory structures, I'll look a little bit more closely. I'd be inclined just to say the same rules on any size site, maybe landscaping as well, rather than divide that off by small and large different rule sets.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. With that, then let's go ahead and take a straw poll. And so raise your hand if you are in support of staff's proposal, which is the small site thresholds starting at 7,500 square feet applies to parking requirements, accessory structures, and landscaping standards. No, Michelle? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what to think, to be honest. You're kind of like me.
Overwhelmed with all the detail that went into bumping it to 10,000.
And so I guess that, now I totally lost count. That was like 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means, Teresa, did you have a comment there? My phone's dying, so my texting is not a great option. While we wait for her.
You might mention that Ben Bartolazzo did provide his choices of options, and in this particular one, he supported option 3.
He supported 3. So, as I say, of the remaining 2 options, for those of you who were not in support of one, let's raise your hands for support of number 3, just so I kind of get a feel if that's kind of where I meant to, Jeff. I know. So
I have one question. Is number 3 inclusive of the mixed-use zones?
That's the next question.
That's the next question. So,
I'm agnostic. I mean, I really, I think this is such a marginal issue. I have no heartburn either, but if staff has a strong opinion to modify their proposal, I'm good with that.
I think that with Ben in there and perhaps Jeff and I kind of like this. For now, I would run with 3. Let's see kind of where as this proposal starts getting pulled together, where we end up. How about that? Does that work for you guys?
So we'll go with 3 as the preferred option. All right. The next one is somewhat falls from what you already decided. It is related to the fact that we try to provide consistency between our different types of zones. And the question is going to be about whether to apply the proposed multi-dwelling zone parking regulations to the commercial mixed-use zones. In the case of what you discussed, it would be, there are two things that differ. Changing the minimum parking ratio for larger sites outside the frequent transit buffers to 1 space per 2 units, and the change to the small site threshold, changing it to 10,000 square feet. And the second option would be not amending the commercial zones in accordance. Staff encourages consistency, so we would suggest one. Just a couple of details to clarify where things are. For the most part, the commercial mixed-use zone minimum parking requirements correspond to the multi-dwelling proposals. The main way they differ is that for larger sites outside the frequent transit, currently 1 space per unit is required versus the multi-dwelling 1 space per 2 unit thing. And just so you know, there's a little bit of very recent history. The mixed-use zones project, whose amendments only became effective this May, prior to those amendments, the requirements were different. The EX zone became CM3, and that required just 1 space per 2 units. The CS zone and some other zones required no parking spaces for up to 30 units, regardless of location, so including off of frequent transit. The CG and somewhat more auto-oriented zones required 1 space per residential unit. Because the mixed-use zones project merged those zones, they elected to just go with frequent transit having the no or low parking requirements, but requiring 1 space per unit outside of those areas. It meant at some places that until May 24th required no parking spaces for smaller projects went to a 1 per 1 parking ratio. Just a little background. A thing to highlight, though, is the mixed-use zones are much more closely mapped to our transit corridors. So a higher portion, 85% of the land, is already within a frequent transit buffer or a place that doesn't require parking. So it's a smaller portion, 15%, that's outside. It includes larger chunks of area like Bridgeton and Hayden Island, but there are also bits and pieces of multi-dwelling zoning, such as Beaumont Village, and the Park Rose area and some of the nodes in West Portland. And this is showing in a somewhat finer level of detail areas that currently require a 1-to-1 parking ratio. One key place where things changed was the Beaumont Village area in Northeast Fremont. It previously was zoned CS, and so the properties along Fremont required no parking until May of this year. And that switched to, for larger sites, 1-to-1 parking ratio. And then Park Rose, you can see it's a big chunk of that is outside that frequent transit area. Again, sorry about the graphics, but the darkest color here is showing areas that qualify under the small site, 7,500 square foot site threshold. And then these little mid color things are up to 10,000 square feet. And then this salmon colored area is the remaining amount of land that is larger than 10,000 square feet. So it applies to fewer properties are in play in terms of being outside the frequent transit buffer, but in some cases the 1-to-1 parking ratio would add a fair amount of difficulty to site development. So just going back to what we see as the choice, one, again, applying what you just decided on for the multi-dwelling zones to also apply in the commercial mixed-use zones, so changing the residential minimum parking ratio from a 1-to-1 ratio to 1 space for every 2 units outside the frequent transit buffer. And then since you've changed the small site threshold in the multi-dwelling zones to 10,000, doing the same thing to the mixed-use zones, especially since they would be using the same Chapter 266 regulation. And again, the other option is perhaps acknowledging the fact that the mixed-use zoning amendments are only recently put into place, not extending those amendments to the mixed-use zones.
You lost me. You had me right until that last comment.
Okay. The option is make the changes to be correspondent
Consistent or not consistent.
or don't make any of the changes in the next few sentences.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any questions? Joe.
Well, yeah, and just this is, this project has been addressing the multi-dwelling zones. So we're putting in a provision, albeit marginal and small, that is bringing in commercial zones. And so there's a whole set of constituents who may or may not care about what we're doing in Better Housing by Design who will be brought out potentially to talk about this. So not that that matters, but it sort of takes us off the path of what we were trying to do. And very well, when I think of Beaumont, we will be discussing this at City Council. So it's so add that into it's sort of the ease of adoption.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other comments, questions? I'm not, we're tired, I think. At least I am. So, sure, Eli.
Oh, I think that we should go for consistency on this. And I think there's very few areas that are mixed use zoned outside of the transit corridor. That map almost says this is where transit ought to go, in my mind. And I live near the Beaumont corridor. I'm sure you're right. People will come out to speak on that. But I also think it's crazy to have one space per residential unit required on that commercial strip. I think it should be reduced. So I guess I support this proposal as a slight step towards reducing parking requirements in those little parts of the city and simplifying the code ultimately.
Yeah, for what it's worth, it's about. I support the concept as well as even more so just simplifying things and keeping things consistent. But so that's where I'm leading. Any other comments before we take a straw poll here? Okay, so raise your hand if you're in support of applying the proposed multi-dwelling zone parking regulations to the commercial mixed-use zones. Jeff's on the fence again. Or is that up? It's okay. You can be on the fence. This is a straw poll.
No, I'm comfortable with it. I'm always comfortable with simplifying our zoning code. I just don't want to be the one developer who's designed it based on one code and finds out 6 months later we changed it again. But hopefully that doesn't happen.
Okay. So that's 8. I know that Ben had previously let us know that he was also in support of that. And Tracy.
And I support it as well.
She's on. Awesome. Okay. So there you go. Full support there.
Can I make a request? Sounds like we're going to discuss the accessible parking issues some more. Did I hear that correctly, that we were still on the fence on that, or did we decide?
I need a refresher. I'm sorry.
We
I have
heard,
to go back to those.
What did you take as direction, Bill?
Talk further about TDM, especially extending it to areas that are fairly close to transit.
Right.
And I don't know if there's a formal motion, but people brought up the issue of can we have some conversation about PBOT's disabled parking placard approaches? Who can request it? Does it have to be the property owner? So that's something we could follow up with.
So you didn't hear any direction to look at the one space per building with that issue's dead?
I don't remember that, but perhaps Love needs to
I'll
remind us.
I'll let it lie if it's...
okay. At least I heard that the decision was made to not pursue that idea of one off-street parking space for every unit.
Nothing for
every
today,
lot.
then. Thank you.
There were only 4 votes for that option, so I think we're leaving it.
Thank you, Love. Appreciate that. Well done. It's a good thing we had some extra time, apparently.
The only thing I would just add, just reminding you, we're not meeting again on this topic till November 13th, and there's going to be some carryover in topics. We'll be talking about some things more about the parking design and building design elements such as the setbacks, height transitions, and then looking at visitability. So accessibility is a topic that's going to continue on.
Great.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.